Right. Looks like we are live. Everything is up and running, people. There we go. Welcome back, people. What a pleasure to share with you this beautiful Wednesday special stream. Since we didn't stream on Thursday of last week because I had a bit of a cold, um, we'll stream today. Pretty much. So yesterday, as we usually do on Tuesdays, um, we finished part two of Singularity, a pretty amazing FPS that combines Bioshock with Call of Duty. Highly, highly recommended. So far, we we have been we've been having a blast with it. But today, as you can see, today is Drakensang Day. Yes, day number 2 of analysis of Drakensang 1, The Dark Eye. We are ready to continue our metaphysical analysis of this majestic classic RPG that follows the formula of Dragon Age Origins and Baldur's Gate, all of those amazing classic RPGs. We did the genre classification last time, we did the metaphysical analysis methodology last time, we covered all of those things last time. So we are ready to continue with part 2, with day number 2 of our analysis. Today I wanted to focus on the early game gameplay mechanics. Let me see that everything is working. There we go. With the early game gameplay mechanics, then we have to analyze the level design, the grandeur, all of the stuff that we analyze. But first, since this is a pretty massive game apparently, we will begin, as we always do, with the early game gameplay mechanics right after the genre classification. We already know that it's a classic RPG, it's not an isometric action RPG, it's not a modern RPG, it's not anything, any of those things. Alright, so this one doesn't have borderless, right? So if I click, yeah, it doesn't have borderless. Well, no matter, it gives me better performance. Before we begin, very briefly, thanks to the 4 new YouTube subscribers. If you are watching this, I also thanked you yesterday when I was playing Singularity, but since then over at YouTube I split them, we'll do so again. Thanks to the 50th subscriber of the over at YouTube. Your subscription sadly was anonymous. Remember that you can subscribe publicly or anonymously. If you subscribe anonymously, I cannot display beautiful messages like these ones because pretty much if it's anonymous, I cannot see your user. But thanks to I could see the 51st, the 52nd, and the 53rd subscribers of the channel. So thanks to the 4 of you. As I've said, the 50th was anonymous, but I deeply thank you from the bottom of my heart as well. As for the 51st, thank you, Daryl LaRue, from the bottom of my heart. I said it yesterday that LaRue is like the crimes of Rue Morgue. Rue is a street in French, because I remember reading that novel from Edgar Allan Poe. It's kind of like similar to Sherlock Holmes, that it's a short novel. I had to study it. So thanks to John Lane that you saw some seconds ago, and thanks to Shin as well. Thanks to John, and thanks to Shin. If you're Japanese, you are my second Japanese subscriber over at YouTube. Thank you to the 4 of you from the bottom of my heart. Also, thanks John. So thanks to the 4 of you. Also, thanks Katie Kylie. Thanks Katie Kylie from yesterday. I displayed your message. Um, sorry, the sound easy there. Thanks to Kate. There it is. Don't worry about that sound. It's the fact that Twitch doesn't deal with surround sound systems properly. But that's the very reason why you hear the stream so good. So well, it's a trade-off. Alright, I have to downsample my audio channels. I have to downsample my audio channels like every time. Like every time I like every time I I begin streaming. Like every time I have to downsample my audio samples from 7.1 to stereo, because that's the one thing that both YouTube and Twitch should work on. Like, they should work on surround sound implementations for their platforms, because otherwise, you know, it'll always be stereo. So the streamer has to kind of like adapt the stuff, the sound channels to the stream. All right, 5 minutes, enough of that. Let's get into the metaphysical analysis, people. Once again, last time we of course learned that this is a classic RPG game, as I was mentioning. That means real time with post combat at the core of the gameplay mechanics, pretty much. Last time, let me begin by verifying something really quick. As you can see, my partner here, Lana, has a broken. She's wounded. If you stack four wounds, you die. And as for the first impressions that we did last time, it's a pretty huge. Thanks, Rec016 from the bottom of my heart for being the 31st follower of the channel. Here we do metaphysical reviews. I review underrated video games like Drakensang. I honestly, yo, what's up? Hello, hello. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for discovering my crazy metaphysical reviews and analysis. Here I analyze games through scholasticism and philosophy to and then I of course I qualify them with a score from F to S. Indeed, we've already done a lot of analysis. You have the final analysis of Sacred 2, for example, that I always highly recommend that we did this year. There you pretty much have a brief summary of everything that I analyze here and more or less how the stream works. This one, in this case, is a classic RPG, pretty similar to Dragon Age Origins. I always wanted to play it. It's kind of like it was always in my backlog because I love Dragon Age Origins. I don't know if you played it, Rec. It's absolutely amazing, Dragon Age Origins. So this one feels like a BioWare game at this point. A bit more, I was mentioning this in the first impressions, in the first day of analysis, that it's a bit more straightforward, a bit more streamlined. But if you like Dragon Age Origins, even if I only played it for 4 hours last time, it feels like a BioWare game. Like, they were truly going for it. To be honest, I'm just scrolling Twitch and if you mind can connect on Discord because I want no more on this game and tips with you. But sure, the Discord does have a channel. If it's for any advertising about bots or anything, no, I'm not interested in bots or in a lot of promotions that I have been offered. Otherwise, the Discord channel is open for all followers of the channel. There, I have a pretty old school community. There's 8 of us. Reg, and we are very friendly. We have a lot of game recommendations, and my knowledge is at the disposal of any of the followers of the channel. Yeah, I've analyzed. I did an integral history of PC game genres. No, it's not about advertising. I just talk with you and some games. Amazing man. I'm sorry for saying that because it has happened. Please understand, it has happened to me thousands of times. So I preemptively say it now that because there was a time when someone got in the Discord and then he filled the one of the main channel with buy my art. That's why I say no. Sorry. If you don't mind, can you please give me your Discord in chat? My Discord is you have to you can press the huge blue button down in my panels, and there you can just enter the community. If you have a very different name than Rec016, there's only one rule, which is put a display name, just a display name that is similar to Rick, similar to Rick. So I know who you are, not nothing else. But there's 8 of us. They are all very friendly and experienced people. They all we are very friendly and no, but ask away, yeah, ask away anything. Ask me anything about any game or even this one or anyone um, of any kind. Whatever it is, my community in that sense, I encourage. Don't worry about the rules I put there. The rules are all against the bots and the crazy advertisers that want to sell me stuff for the stream, because it has happened to me millions of times, especially when they read that developers generally they have seen my analysis, especially when they read that they start, oh, you need this for your stream, you need this other one. No, I'm just here to analyze game and to enjoy talking with all of you about video games and anything you'd like. But so no, but ask away or even in Twitch chat. What you mentioned something about um you want to know more about this game? I'm starting the analysis. I play games 100%, so I'm going in blind in that sense. And I slowly analyze, I dissect all of the aspects that it has. Basically, the premise of my analysis, for example, now I'm testing the respawn that I couldn't test last time completely. The premise of my analysis is that, well, as you can read from my crazy panels down below, I use a school of philosophy called scholasticism, which basically involves defining metaphysical reality as a specific combination of molecules and particles, that is the game, instead of the sum of our mental perceptions. That's basically the idea. To change the focus of the analysis from my opinion, my docs as this used to be called in ancient Greece, from my mental perception to the object, from the subject to the object, to put the focus on the object. I know this is all weird to find over at Twitch, but as I've said, if you watch any second of the analysis of Sacred 2 that you have here on the channel, you'll see precisely what I do and what I'm going to do with this game and all of the ones that I do. It's pretty much that the idea. I review games. I know that over at Twitch most people basically just play them, but here I review them. So ask me anything, and join the Discord. It's an honor for me. Any person who wants to join the Discord, truly. Um, I just have a lot of crazy rules that you can see, as I said, because I have been completely attacked by waves and waves of bots throughout the years. That's basically the idea. But no, the game is pretty much, so far I can give you the impressions of what I've seen um, last time I focused on the basic level design, and in that sense I was surprised. You have a lot of information in the first day, yeah, but it's not recorded. True, I only have 7 days. Basically, as a quick summary, this game is the German equivalent of Dungeons and Dragons, right? The basic idea is that one. That's the basic premise. As you can see, it has a pretty huge open world. It works like a BioWare game, like we are right now in here, just to have a general idea of the level design. And then it's like BioWare, semi-open world sections that you can jump around. For example, you see this castle, probably there's going to be a lot of other castles around this. And all across the map. And we can travel to them. But if you pay attention, we're inside of this one, for example. That's the world map. And this is the local map. Quite similar level design when compared to Dragon Age Origins, that I highly recommend. The one thing that could be a distinction, is the one thing that could be a distinction is that this game doesn't have procedural level design generation like we did in Sacred 2, because Sacred 2 had procedural level generation. And second, there isn't what I usually call what it is a sequential use of the ability rotational system. Like you see in MMORPGs, like in World of Warcraft or or well, not in Diablo, in most MMORPGs like Ion, like um, yeah, like most MMORPGs, there's a correlation in the sequence of activating abilities. Like, for example, in World of Warcraft, when you activate the Arcane Blast, you have a 30% chance of triggering immediate arcane missiles or something like that. There isn't a correlation in the rotational system so far. So far, it's just a second day that I'm analyzing the game. For example, Secret 2 didn't have it. It was, I think, it was the only thing that I criticized to that game, and even so, I awarded it a 10 out of 10 because it's massive. It's absolutely massive. So pretty much this is the second day of analysis, and so far, if I would have to establish a direct comparison for you, Rick, I would compare it directly to Dragon Age Origins, and to Baldur's Gate. Definitely, it has the style of BioWare, as you can see, completely all over it. As flaws, as criticism so far, I would say the the one flaw it has is it's definitely the simplicity, the simplicity and definitely the lack of a sequential rotation. The lack of a sequential rotation. In that sense, between abilities. Alright, people. Alright. Let's see what do we have for today. So, the monsters did respawn. The monsters did respawn. The monsters did respawn, indeed. So that's good to hear. That's good to see. Sorry, that's good to see. So that adds to the replayability of the game. That's pretty good for the replayability of the game. So today we finished with both of the quests last time, didn't we? Like we rescued the mage from the forest, and we needed to, just as a quick story recap, um, we need two people to allow us to get through the town. So we had to turn in both of those. I remember. So let's turn all of those things. Yeah, I remember we had to turn in at least 3 of them. We had to turn in 3 of them.
Welcome to the Jagged Blade, the best tavern in all of Avastru.
Christian Gabriel told me that you would. Ah, yeah. This is the bear head. Remember, people, this is the bear head that we did last time. Sorry. For those of you who are watching this as a YouTube pod, for those of you who have been watching this as a YouTube, who are watching this as a YouTube pod, it's been a week since I did part 1, so please be patient about how I'm readapting to the game, because I had a cold. I had a pretty nasty cold. And therefore I had to kind of like I had to um I spent a week without playing the game. That's the thing. But I remember what we were doing 2 weeks ago. I remember what we were doing more or less. We had to turn in the 3 of these quests. Greetings, Innkeeper. Also, the hunter told me that you would like a trophy for your aim. It just so happens that I have this magnificent bear's head for you. Yeah, we had to turn in this one. We beat the bear boss last time. Quest item, bear head given. My goodness, what a splendid specimen. Here is your reward. I think that should be sufficient. I will put it up on the wall right away. Good. So, other question? I think we asked all of these, pretty much. I think we asked all of these last time. We have to turn all of those in. So, pretty much, just like we did the genre classification last time, people, today I want to focus on the early game gameplay mechanics. And the first conclusion, for now, so preemptive, as you know, we'll dissect the game slowly. The idea is that, first of all, I was amazed at the insane amount of classes. I think I highlighted that before I got that nasty cold last week when we played part one. Um, as I've said, the fact that the ability rotation for now, preemptively, is not sequential but random, like in Sacred 2, precisely. There isn't a correlation between the use of abilities, the usage of abilities, like they don't influence each other. So far, that's the first thing that I wanted to highlight.
Selena, my angel. Let me explain what happened.
What is there to explain?
Remember,
Give me back my
the Guild of
heaven.
Thieves.
You know how much it means to me.
He doesn't have it anymore, right? The fox sold it for some quick coin.
Yes, I don't have it anymore, but I didn't sell it. The stranger, he took it.
Oh, yeah. And did the stranger just happen to let a bag of ducats drop for it?
See that even the black bars is like BioWare.
Selena, please believe me. I only did it for us.
Whatever, Draenor. You've disappointed me. It's going to take time for me to trust you again. So go, please. But I thank you for rescuing Draenor. As a token of my gratitude, I will intercede with Nandor for you.
We have the second
Word isn't good enough
person
for him. Tell him I'll
that we
spill
need.
the beads about what he did on the first Prayers Day last year.
Good. You know what that means, people? We have the two people that we need to vouch for us.
Certainly wouldn't have gotten off so.
We have the two people that we need to vouch for us so we can proceed with the story. But we know that that's not what we're gonna do. We know that that's not what we're gonna do here, people. Of course, we'll explore the rest of the local map. Of course, because we have another quest there that I left last time because we were at the 4-hour mark. So, Thieves Crate, just so you have a context, pretty much last time we started the game, we needed two people to vouch for us. One was the quest that you just saw, Queen Selena, and the other one was the mage that we rescued last time while doing the bear boss fight, pretty much. So we have the two people that we need to vouch for us in terms of the main story. In terms of the side quest, we just rescued that guy that you just saw. He was kind of like the BF, the boyfriend of Queen Selena, and he kind of like got into the Guild of Thieves. Remember, he got into the Guild of Thieves, and pretty much he was about to be kidnapped, and we saved him just in the nick of time in the Dark Forest. So pretty much we finished all of the main northern Dark Forest quests. So today I want to focus on the southern section. I don't think it's that huge because the level design, as I said at the beginning, is just like Dragon Age Origins. Unless there are more quests, I don't know.
Oh, no, you don't, Georgie. As long as my name is Barnabas Goodbeat, you can keep your hands off that tree.
Yours? You must be mad. That ain't and never has been your apple tree. Now get out of my way.
But of course that's my tree. Great-grandfather Ludo Goodbeat planted it with his own bare hands.
That's ridiculous. The metal bolts were practically the founding fathers of Avastru. And that means this tree belongs to us. Will you just get out of my way, Barnabas? I've got a tree to cut down.
Typical discussion from this period of time. See how you can keep the medieval fantasy setting without changing the context, the social context of it, the medieval social context of it is absolutely amazing. So this wasn't a quest, though.
Hey, you. You look sensible enough.
Yeah, I'm
Why don't you
reasonable.
help us settle this little argument we're having about my apple tree?
Alright. Good, I should try to help you, but first you must explain to me what's this all about. See, even the dialogue lines is like BioWare, 100%. Do you hear that, Gregory? Someone else will decide which of us is right. Oh, well, I'm a lawyer and the perfect fit for that. So drop the axe right now. You can't tell me what I can and can't do on my property. I've had enough. The tree goes now. Wait a moment, why are you so keen to chop down a tree? It blocks mighty prey's view of my meadow. It blocks out the light and takes all the water out of the ground. And when there is a storm, the tree creaks so loud that I cannot sleep at night. Alright, but do you realize that your neighbor is very fond of this tree? Of course he's fond of that tree. The good goddess Perrine has blessed this tree with some of the best apples in the Shire. He has a bumper harvest every year, and what do I get? Nothing. But there must be a better solution. I don't think so. I'll just chop it down right now. It is half of my property anyway, and that'll be the end of it. Half of your property or your complete property? That's essential. Oh, shit. The options are pretty well explained, at least. So, option 1, that erase we can choose. Do you truly wish to fell a tree that has been blessed with mighty rain? You and the man harvest. You remember, as the tree is standing directly on the border between two. Ah, it's in the border. It's in fact the property of the Count of Ferdok. And what would you have to say if you knew the? No. You can find yourselves the servant of the mighty priest to decide this. Well, but these options are shit. Have me to deal with. And as far for you, Barnas. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, they are getting crazy. Oh my fucking god, they are getting crazy. What's the meaning of this, please? Please. Do you know that your messages are not showing? I highly suggest you choose. I highly suggest you choose another person to bother. Bots. It looks like they get crazy by a specific time of the year. Do you? Let's see. Hang on a second, people. Sorry for those of you watching this as a YouTube bot, but I have a maybe I have a bot attack here. Yep, your message is not showing. Your message is not showing. That's why it says restricted, and your link is not even appearing. It's not even appearing. Account created 1 hour ago. Hang on a second. Alright, of course that bot is out of the way. Now that bot is out of the way, sorry people, sorry for those of you watching this as a YouTube bot. It's just that I've had enough bot attacks. I've had enough bot attacks in the past. I want to see something. Alright. Okay, let me see something. Alright. Sorry people for the delay. It's just that I hate it when bots attack the stream. It's banned. There we go. Sorry for that, people. But for any bot watching, in case you are watching, bots, your messages don't even display. There's a system in case any bot is watching, the messages don't even display. They don't even display. Because they kind of like restrict the user altogether. So police, go somewhere else to bother people. Go somewhere else, bots. My God. Yeah, every now and then people, uh, the Discord members must be fed up of listening to me talk about that. Every now and then they appear and they just bot your channel, and Twitch doesn't do anything about them. They don't do anything about them. All right. The tree. The tree. Sorry, people, for the for anyone watching this as a YouTube bot for the pause, but I have to get rid of that pest. Good, good. So the tree. The tree. The tree is right in the border between their two properties. Right in the border. All right. It's right in the border. And pretty much we have to decide if we leave it there or we allow this A to cut it. It has some good apples, apparently. It drops some good apples there. Your anger might cause your entire harvest. Wouldn't it be more sensible to make a deal with your neighbor and to share the harvest? As a tree stand directly on the border between the two properties, is the fact that the count of Ferdok? No, this is bullshit. Like, if it's in the middle of two properties, it's not public property. Can you? I'm leaving it to you now. So it is. No. The options are a bit limited for a role-playing game, especially for a classic role-playing game in the same vein as Baldur's Gate and Dragon Age, huh? Because my real decision, it's not in here. Like, technically, if at least according to continental law, not common law, because common law, in kind of like in Anglo-Saxon countries generally, common law, which is based on previous cases, like only using jurisprudence, it's much more reasonable, but still it doesn't give you the option to kind of like the most similar one is the first one, because technically in continental law, which is all written in Italy, in Spain we use that, and in Argentina by extension as well. Pretty much it's all written, and this case it's I remember reading this case is contemplated there. Basically, if the apple drops if the tree drops the apple on your neighbor's garden, technically that is that of your neighbor because it's falling on their property. It's kind of like a natural consequence of nature. This is solved in a lot of cases. It's a pretty usual dispute. I never thought about it. The last thing I want to call the wrath of the goddess of my family. Well then, Barmas, probably we should share the apples in the future. What do you think? The tree remains where it is, and from this day forth you shall share its bounty. I said, well, I'll have half as many apples. Will compensate me for my loss? You pathetic wretches. I guess what they say is true. It's business as usual, as long as the farmers can still complain. Well, never mind. I shall not forget that it was you who saved my apple tree. You are welcome, farewell, good men of Earth. Alright, that was easy experience, I guess. The grass doesn't react to my movement, but well. And we had a quest there. Let's keep going. Let's explore the south eastern portion of the dark forest Let's get over there. Let's see what we can stumble upon. See where we stumble upon. Or is it here where we proceed through the main story? Stop in the name of the Count. No one may cross
the bridge to Ferdok without a pass.
Some of them talk, some others don't. I think they only talk in their first phrase. Yeah. I can name it. Ah, yeah. Through here you proceed through the main story. All right. Let's progress then, people. We wasted enough time. We spent enough time in the Dark Forest last time. Shall we? Let's proceed with the main story then. So, remember, well, you let the bounty know. I can name you 2 citizens. I have 2 people to vouch for me. Alright, that's the main story plot. Well then, let's hear who's willing to testify in a character. Firstly, the beautiful Selena, queen of the mountebanks. She is more than willing to put in a good word for me. Secondly, I have a letter of recommendation from Archmage Rakorium Montagonisia, the one that we saved last time. Well, indeed, a sealed and signed letter from the most venerable Rakorium, but I'm sure you made that up about Selena, didn't you? I believe you have already made the acquaintance of the beautiful queen of the mountebanks, haven't you? I'm sure you remember the first day of Prayos last year? Alright, that's enough. I would not have told you about that old story if she didn't trust you. Good. I will issue you a pass at once. Wonderful. I can practically taste the delights of the big city already. Here's your pass. Take good care of it. You'll need it once you're Ferdok. Farewell, Eraser. Alright, so this is the end. Pretty much, as you could see, people. So we've explored the whole local map, huh? Well, what's... Alright, so... Oh, it was... Mill something, this is unexplored. So the map was a bit... At least this initial map, the level design was a bit more... Was a bit smaller than what I originally thought. But... This section we haven't explored it. Let's see. No, nothing at all. No, nothing. Let's let me check out that mill. That mill over there. I want to have all explored before we head to the next story quest. So far, people, as in terms of the early game gameplay mechanics, the first thing that I wanted to highlight is the rotational system. The rotational system. Just like Sacred 2, just like a lot of games from this period of time, the rotational system is non-sequential. What do I mean by that? For now, we'll see. We'll see if that changes, but according to the ability descriptions, I think it'll be the case for the rest of the game. Being non-sequential means that there isn't a direct influence in the efficiency of combat according to the order in which you trigger your skills. I know it sounds like a pretty abstract concept, but I also analyzed it when we did the final analysis of Sacred 2. Not the final analysis, when we did the expansion. Basically, think about World of Warcraft. I always cite the same game as an example, as a common ground for all of us, due to its popularity, and think how ability rotations work. When you activate, for example, Arcane Blast a couple of times, they trigger an enhanced version of Arcane Missiles, which is a channeled ability that usually lasts for 3 seconds. But Arcane Blast, one of the abilities, can proc an improved version. No side quests in here. Nothing at all. Only the Thieves' Crate quest there that wasn't very important at all. And you need to have lock picking. So let's proceed with the main story. Let's get straight to it. As I was mentioning, as for the early game gameplay mechanics, that non-sequential rotation, you trigger Arcane Blast and you have a 30% chance, let's say, I don't remember the exact number, of triggering an improved version of Arcane Missiles, for example. Right, people? Think about that, of that phenomenon in World of Warcraft. So instead of lasting 3 seconds, the channel ability, and deal a set amount of damage in World of Warcraft, it lasts for 2 seconds, dealing that same amount of damage faster. For example, it's just a random example. There are many more, like increasing your damage, increasing your, I don't know, your critical chance, things like that. There's a sequence between the usage of abilities. One ability enhances the use of another ability. That's why I said that it's sequential. In this game, in Sacred 2, in a lot of classic RPG games, since they inherit the gameplay development philosophy of classic Dungeons and Dragons, Baldur's Gate is the equivalent of Dungeons and Dragons. You will be permanently leave Abyss. You cannot return? I think we did all of the quests anyway. Let's proceed. Alright, so the level design, as I said, is just like Dragon Age Origins. Ferdok, an unexpected encounter has interrupted your journey. Fight. Damn it, it's the same as in Dragon Age Origins. This mechanic is also in Dragon Age Origins. The same, huh? The same mechanic. The same. Events. Here they are called events. Journeys. This is a tutorial system, people. Journeys through the Principality of Kosh are eventful undertakings. Every now and again, you will have encounters. They are not only fights, huh? If it's the same as in Dragon Age Origins. And you and your party will find, and in Baldur's Gate, in Baldur's Gate there were of these. It's from Dungeons and Dragons, as I've said. Here we can see the perfect genre classification distinction between classic RPG and isometric action RPG, besides turning the clock down to 0, as David Brevik, the creator of Diablo, mentioned that I said last time, when he turned down the clock to 0 and created real-time combat. And manipulating the concept of time in combat. And you and your party will find yourselves well on. We did all of that in the first part of the stream, people. It'll be up over at YouTube eventually. Well on your way to nowhere again. If your journey is interrupted, you must first fight your way through the encounter in order to continue on your way. You can, however, simply get rid of the main threat and then leave the area. No, we are fighting. We need the experience. We are just beginning. Pretty amazing particle effects. And the second thing that I wanted to highlight is the camera controls. The camera controls that one of the reviewers that we read at the beginning complained about last time. The camera controls, I find them more comfortable than what the reviewers said. Because basically, it is true that there's a little offset. If you use the point-and-click system, that is pretty bad. But if you... Alright, I can control other members, sorry. Like this, and like this. This could also be a pretty good recommendation for those of you who like Divinity Original Sin. Though that one is turn-based, and I finished that game 100% on the hardest difficulty, but I don't like Larian's system in comparison. Let me show you. Pay attention to the offset of the camera. This is what reviewers complained about. Look at this. This offset, I don't know why they implemented this offset. I agree it's awful. It's absolutely disgusting. I don't know why the camera doesn't stay centered, because it gives a weird angle at targeting enemies. But the second I press, you cannot see it, but it's WASD, it changes to what is more like an MMORPG kind of like control, with a dissociation between the camera and character control. That is the objective reason why that a lot of people couldn't precisely explain accurately in the reviews that we read over at Metacritic in part 1, when we did the intro and the genre classification. That's pretty much the reason. That weird offset that makes the character not be centered when using a point-and-click system is absolutely atrocious. Going back to the ability rotations and the basic early game gameplay mechanics, we're right. We have only begun. What happened there? Ah, she got attacked by those. Alright. By the way, this is a pretty positive level design choice, having random encounters, because that extends replayability and ensures to provide the player with a constant stream of experience in case, because if you have a set amount of enemies, this is Baldur's Gate, Dragon Age, all classic RPGs generally do this level design generally go for this level design choice of adding random encounters to provide a constant stream of experience, because generally the confined areas in which we do quests have a set amount of enemies. But in the case of Drakensang, they respawn, so it's not like Dragon Age Origins. It's not like Dragon Age Origins, in which enemies didn't respawn. So see how interesting the influence of the level design on the gameplay mechanics is, people. See how interesting it is. The developers have to measure how to provide the player with a constant stream of experience, because otherwise it can be a disaster. Well, this is a problem. Yeah, I didn't activate my buff, I believe. I think it auto-saved anyways when we left town. I have an idea. Let's do it like in... which was the anime? It was Samurai X, a pretty old-school anime from the 90s. That there was a chapter, an episode, one of the first episodes in which... Alright, we now have Mighty Blow. We have 2 resources there, because we're a battle mage. Let me use Mighty Blow. That didn't help a lot. My buff? Let me activate my buff. Shit. Huh. I think that thing landed a critical hit on me. This is not a good idea. But well. 10, and how much do we have? 3. This is a perfect time to test if you can just avoid damage altogether, running in a straight line. Let's see if they thought about that. 0. Let's see. 2. Yeah, they thought about that. We're dead. Alright, don't worry, it auto-saved as we left town. It auto-saved as we left town. I hope it did. It should. There was a... Where is it? This one. Autosave. This one. Alright, first death of the playthrough, people. First death of the playthrough. I honestly didn't see those 2 wolves attacking us back there. Alright, otherwise I would have stopped. And she's also wounded. Let me... Right, she's wounded. Let me give her the bandages. True. I know it's a bit more slow-paced, but that's natural. It's a classic RPG. And as I was mentioning, the first thing that I want to analyze about the gameplay system is the lack of a sequential rotation. So, let's use the bandages. There's a chance of it not working. Yeah, it did work. Good. Now, give me the bandages back. Give the bandages back to me. Here. Alright. Let's try that again. Anyways, we finished everything. Yeah, right. Yeah. It saved right before we left town. Let's do this. Let me do a backup here, just in case, and let's continue. Yes. Let's try that again. Let's do it. Let's do that one again. I remember that in the first encounters of Dragon Age Origins, it's just like this. Like 100%. Yeah, we know. Alright, let's stick together. We are not wounded now. We are not entering a fight wounded. And let's make use of our amazing range, because our range is pretty good. See, for example, this offset of the camera. It's absolutely terrible. Good by the developers that even when I was running away, the enemies would still deal damage. That's pretty good pathfinding and pretty well measured. They thought about that. I was meant to die in that encounter. It would have been terrible if I hadn't, because kind of like if you can just run away in a straight line and not get killed. You need to be careful here. This game loves to dish critical hits to you when you least expect them. There we go. So, go for another Mighty Blow there. And, my buff. Yeah, the fact that I was fighting without a buff also doesn't help. Let's do it. That should help. Alright. So, as I was mentioning, there isn't a sequential rotation of abilities. This is something that we overestimate a lot in games. Stick together. I don't want that to happen again. Follow me. In that sense, this is always a question. What adds more abstract complexity to the gameplay mechanics, people? What I was mentioning previously, before getting killed, a sequential rotation in which when you activate an ability like Arcane Blast of the Mage in World of Warcraft, we are in combat, but they attack us from behind. Pretty good level design choice. That's why I didn't see them previously. Alright, pretty good camera play there by the devs. Pretty well done.
For Amazon Pride.
Alright. Alright. So they can attack you from behind without even realizing it. What adds more abstract complexity to the gameplay mechanics, people? Creating a sequential rotation, as I described, like in World of Warcraft, in which you activate Arcane Blast and you have a 30% chance of proccing, of triggering an enhanced version of Arcane Missiles of 2 seconds of being a channeled ability with the same amount of damage as 3 seconds, or having the randomness of non-cohesive abilities in which there isn't a cohesive relationship, a cohesive logical relationship between abilities, in which we use them independently, like in Sacred 2, like in Baldur's Gate, like in Drakensang, like in Dragon Age Origins. I wanted to begin with that comparison because it's a conundrum that reviewers usually don't pay attention to at all. Can I save in the middle of an event? Question. Let me test that. Good. It's always important to begin testing the game with everything. Besides, I don't want to make you go through another unnecessary death there. Alright. So, we must pose the question, what adds more abstract complexity to the gameplay mechanics? Sequential or independent correlation of abilities? Which correlation between abilities is more efficient at increasing the abstract complexity of the gameplay mechanics? Because remember, people, the second the abstract complexity... Why do I care so much about that? Because the second you increase the abstract complexity of the gameplay mechanics, you are enhancing replayability. You're enhancing the learning curve of the game, and the learning curve enhances replayability precisely. It's a domino effect. It was pretty much when we did the final metaphysical analysis of Sacred 2. It was pretty much the only thing that I realized after analyzing the game that was not a flaw, definitely, because Sacred 2 followed the classic style of classic Dungeons and Dragons games, of the classic RPG genre. That's why the genre classification is so important. Generally, in classic RPG games, the correlation is independent. There isn't a play, continue combat, continue journey. There isn't a correlation between each use of abilities. As I've said, you cast one ability, then you cast another one, then you cast another one, then you cast another one, according to the type of enemy. Alright. The examination, yeah, I don't care about that. That one is it's a thieves guild quest. There. The examination, I don't care about that one. People, at all. I love the camera pannings that the game does. That's for sure. So that's definitely not a flaw. Yeah, the examination failed. The examination is kind of like closed. Also the hunter, blah, open, blah, failed. Here, the examination, only that one. I didn't take care of now, it's too late now. Complete the first task. Yeah, no, for this you need to have lock picking, you need to be a rogue, and I honestly don't give a flying shit about that at all. At all, people. At all. Never. So, pretty much, the idea is that there we go. The idea is that there isn't a correlation between abilities. That's typical of the classic RPG genre, like Baldur's Gate. You can go back, but not do the quest. All right, let's go. That's a typical halt. I cannot allow you to pass without a reason. Tollkeeper and Andor in Avastru gave me this pass. Here, see for yourself. That don't seem to be in order. I shall add you to the list of trustworthy persons, and you'll no longer need a pass. You have to understand there has been a series of gruesome murders in Ferdok. We check anybody passing through the city gates very carefully. That explains why it has been so difficult for me to get here. I'm here at the invitation of a good friend who lives here. I'm not quite sure how to get to his place. Could you help me? His name is Ardo of Borstok. Let's see, your friend mentioned an address in his invitation? Sure. Here, in this letter, see for yourself. Press with enough for me, just cross over the bridge and go on up the path. That'll take you directly to Prius Square. Something else? On duty. So you said something about a streak of terrible murders. You're a curious one, aren't you? But who knows, maybe you'll be next, and I don't want people to say old Grovinger never warned ya. It's like this, Ferdok has been shocked recently by a series of terrible murders. I was involved in the investigations of the first murder. When we couldn't find a suspect, I was busted down to guard duty by head guardsman Tashman. Now I just check angry faces and illegible scribings. A dark tale indeed, tell me more. Oh, there's not much to say. Day in, day out, the same old thing. Halt, you shall not pass, over and over again. People are so friendly, I'm telling you, just recently I meant the murderers. Oh, hell, of course. This boring work is getting to me. Forgive me, well, that's pretty much all I know about these murders. There was a second murder just before I started my duties here, but I don't know much about that one. If I could only work on the main gate, at least you'll find out more interesting. All I do is watch them out. Something else? Where can I find it? Further, using around. Alright, well, whatever. Alright, we're here.
After all, I wouldn't be here were it not for his invitation.
I wonder what's the maximum amount of what's the maximum amount of companions that we'll have, because well, we're right now used to the 4 companions style of Divinity Original Sin and Baldur's Gate. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Hey, we got a fighting staff. Good. What about this one? 1 dice roll plus 3, 1 dice roll plus 4. Good. That should make a difference. I already have some money. We should distribute our talents, something like that. Magic talents. Good. There we go. So, as I was mentioning, people, there's 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 a distinction between the classic RPG genre and the isometric action RPG genre and the MMO style. And I think the last element that adds an extra layer of complexity on top, an extra layer of complexity on top um, of the combat system for these games, even if they don't implement it because they use the classic Dungeons and Dragons system. Um, I think a correlation in the use of abilities it's absolutely important. It's absolutely important because it adds an extra layer of complexity. It adds an extra layer of complexity that definitely makes the gameplay much more varied. It makes it much more varied in that sense. Um, it makes it much more varied. Like the system of World of Warcraft encourages it encourages it encourages a use of abilities that has a higher abstract complexity. Why? Because there's a sequence that we need to take care of. If the only if we just use abilities independently, the complexity is lower. If you think about it, people, the complexity is lower because you have to take care about one extra element. You need to take care of one extra element, um, which is the rotation. Like in these games, you just cast your abilities independently. But if you have a rotational system that is sequenced, you have to take care of the order in which you trigger those abilities. Well, it's coming along, man. What's up? So that's important. What temple is this? The Temple of Christina, of course, I'm the master responsible for revealing. So yeah, to wrap up, that's the first thing that I wanted to take a look at. Invitation from an old friend, my old friend and mentor Ardo of Borstok sent me a letter with the urgent request that I visit him in Ferdok. Naturally, I packed my belongings and set out to see him at once. There was the two attestors that we got last time, pretty much. One of the town guards was kind enough to tell me the way around the house. These are open. The two attestors. What? But we did this one. Why is it still open? They are related. They are all part of the main same of the main quest. My bad, people. Let's get on with it. Typical German. Well, it would be Prussian medieval in this case. Sounds like a combination of Switzerland and Germany. Pretty. Yeah, the maps are 100% like this feels. I said it last time. It feels like a BioWare game. It's not only my first impression, but definitely. I wonder if we can enter some of the houses. Yeah, we know. Just like this game smells like BioWare.
Won't anybody? I
What?
beg your pardon. Could you please help me?
Sure thing. What's the problem, my good man? Hark, I nearly tripped over one of these stupid chickens and I ended up losing my lucky charm. An old weary stone. It must have fallen into the sewers. I don't dare go down there myself. Sewers means rats, rats means combat, combat means experience. Uh, I don't dare go down um, there myself. Who knows what misfortune might befall me? Could you get it for me? Sure thing. I'll see what I can do. You'll need to be patient because it probably won't be that easy to find your Wary Stone. Oh, thank you. I shan't move from this spot. Okay. Let's do the... Let's... Oh my fuck. Degenerates, don't you understand that your messages are not even showing up? Don't you understand that your messages are not even showing up? What's going on? God damn it. Bot attack, people. Bot attack, people. We're having a bot attack here on Twitch. What the... Luckily, the restriction system is working quite efficiently. It's a fucking bot attack. Let me see. I know they're not even... Yeah, they're not even users. They're like... Well, at least now they mark the bots, but still. Alright, but the messages don't even show up. Then I can ban them all right at the end of a stream altogether. So I don't bother you people. God damn it. Twitch, do something about it. I know you're not watching my stream, but please do something about that. Please do something about those bots. Alright, rats. Wolf rat. We've gone up against some of these. The luckless tailor, blah blah blah. What the? Ah, we are meant to follow the wolf rat people. And what about through here? Aha, dead end. No reward. I love how classic RPGs from this period of time, like the first The Witcher, Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale, they all have a loot system so different when compared to the classic hack and slash loot RPG of Diablo. I like both systems. Definitely different systems. But this one, it makes for a much more slow and realistic pace. Like, I like more the hack and slash system of Diablo, but still. We can appreciate them both. We can appreciate both styles independently, people. Alright, I was expecting to stumble upon pretty good ambience, by the way. Pretty darn amazing ambience for 2008. Bear Trap and money. At least we're getting some money. Alright, Wolf Rat, you are cornered. Ah, but I still cannot. Looks like we have to chase it a bit more. Ah, you brought some friends in. Oh, a lot of friends.
Let me do that.
What the? Are you stunned or some shit like that? You have enough stamina to activate your ability. What's going on?
For Amazon Pride. That way.
Slight gangrene? Poison? Alright. Ah, but they are not that resistant. Running away is an option, I guess, in this game. What the? I also cannot use that. Why cannot? Why is it that I can't use my...
Avenging Kirkham.
Why is it that I cannot use my abilities? Come on. They don't deal that much damage, huh? They may be a lot, but they don't deal that much damage.
Good choice.
Attack that one. Get rid of that one. She's not obeying me, people. Attack that one. If it's not clear enough. Good. Yeah, there's a lot of them, but enough. What the? There we go. Alright, first problem of our build. We're running out of magical energy. Aha! Mighty Blow is ready to go. Get out of there. Good.
Drink blood, my sword.
If only I could cast another ability. I need to cast another ability. Thunderbolt, go. Good.
Let me do that.
You still cannot use your Mighty Blow ability. Wow. Come on. Can you imagine that it kills me now? It's over. Why is it that she cannot use the Mighty Blow if she has full endurance? She's kind of like... No, but I also have that, a slight gangrene. Parry.
I'll take care of that.
Well, whatever. Let's finish this, then think about it. Damn it, it missed. This one won't miss. Another thunderbolt. There we go. So,
Listen up, everyone.
yeah. You have a huge problem. Right, let's see. Where's that medallion? Wolf rat tail. Wolf rat tail. I love how realistic this is, that normal enemies, that animals don't have coins. Like we can see a distinct. Alright, we automatically grab the quest item, I guess. You can skin this thing, I guess. Pretty much. Right, success. Good. Any extra loot for clearing this amazing dungeon full of rats? Let me save right over there. Right here. There we go. Good. Closed. No. Yeah. I don't care about skinning rats anymore. So they can also. Yeah, I think this. What? There's one more. Aha. Not that it's going to help you at all.
Let me do that.
What are you doing? Shit. Yeah, I think this definitely proves.
Listen up, everyone.
I think this definitely proves that I picked the right class. I mean, it's a typical trope of Dungeons and Dragons that mages are way too OP when compared to melee fighters. Like melee fighters are, you should actually, when you choose a melee fighter in a classic RPG, you should actually read tank. I always love to compare and analyze kind of like the transition that the classic RPG genre made. The transition that the classic RPG genre made when, as I've said, the isometric action RPG genre was born and David Berwick turned the clock down to 0 in Diablo 1. The distinction between classes was much more pronounced. Like, fighters are tanks. You can see it here. I'm dishing most of the damage. And she's not even dealing damage at all. Kind of like when you read tank in a classic RPG game, when you read warrior in a classic RPG game, you should know that it's a posh naming convention for tank. Like warrior equals tank. And while we kept that distinction in the MMORPG genre, when the transition was made, because the MMORPG genre was a bit more, generally it's a bit more modern than Baldur's Gate, than Ultima, than the birth, than Baldur's Gate, than games with real time with post combat, the ones developed by Black Isle, Icewind Dale, for example. Well, Neverwinter Nights is a bit more modern, but still. So there we can see another distinction in the gameplay, besides the one that I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, about the non-sequential ability usage, in which there isn't a cohesive correlation between the usage of abilities that I mentioned at the beginning. As I've said, there you can see the distinctions of the genre classification we did last week, people. Because, as I've said, in World of... we found your medallion here. Many thanks. Take to Thaler for your shop. There we go. Watch over you. Lose something. There we go. I have slight gangrene. See, for example, this is another distinction in terms of the genre classification. This is typical, having lingering debuffs like this, permanent. This is so typical of classic RPG games like Baldur's Gate. Like, I remember that in Baldur's Gate, the first one, you could even be petrified by the lizard or something like that. It was a lizard, it was something like that. It had a different name, but it was kind of like a lizard. And pretty much, fresh herbs. No, I would like to have a better weapons or whatever. Well, I still don't. We still haven't pierced through the economic system of the game. We still haven't. Ferdok Pale now. This is just to buy stuff. So let's proceed with the main story, people. The House of Ordo should be here. I mean, we've completed everything.
Move along now, please. It's forbidden to enter this building by order of the town guard.
Forbidden? What are you talking about? My friend Ardo of Bostock lives here. I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. Your friend was murdered at the... No. No, I spent 4 hours last week searching for this guy. He's part of the main plot. This is kind of like Baldur's Gate all over again, people. Your friend was murdered at the harbor. We are searching the entire house for clues to the murderer's identity. We are almost certain that his was one of a series of ritual murders that have plagued Ferdok already. Oh, we have satanistic degenerates. Satanic degenerates. We are almost certain that his was one of a series of ritual murders that have plagued Ferdok recently. I cannot allow you to enter until our investigations are complete. I don't believe it. He wrote me a letter very recently, asking me to visit him in Ferdok. Good point. And now he's dead? I just don't understand it. Poor Otto. I want to know all about these murders. I'm real sorry about your friend, but I can't help you anymore even if I wanted to. Investigations are conducted by the town guard. By the town guard are confidential. Oh, right. Somebody must be able to tell me something. You can't just leave me standing here, damn it. Forgive me, I do not mean to offend you. The only one who can help you right now is the Madame Captain of the Town Guard, Barbara Smith. She is leading the investigation into the murders. She should be at the guardhouse, not far from here. I'll mark it on your map. Well, I'll just have to go and look for her. Farewell. Rulana. Ah, you speak in the middle of our adventure. Do not fear, Razor. Whatever happens, I will help you search for a friend's murderer. This I swear in Rondra's name. Well, at least she has learned. Thank you, Rulana. Come on, let's go. Well, at least she has learned to be a bit more civilized now. That's good. Good. We're making progress. Let's see. Do you have armor? Yes, this is what I'm looking for. Very good. Show me what you have. Finally, we can have some. How do I compare my my gear stats? I think we don't have arm graves, but I want to see oh shit, yeah, 28, yeah, there we go. Belt, yeah, knife, yep, and wolf rats, rusty nails, knife, old bread roll, berry, a soap, what the fuck, cat gel, knife, lucky charm, wolfskin, throwing knife, bird of pale ale, bear teeth. Ah, I have so much stuff. Hairpin, gold moon tea, elm wood. There we go. Good. I'm wondering something, people. How do I compare my? What's the stat system? Aha. Strength -2. It doesn't make any fucking difference, apparently. What makes an armor better or worse here? Is it like Baldur's Gate? Where do I see the stats? I cannot see the stats of my armor. Look. Armor values. Alright, looks like it doesn't have a... It doesn't follow the THACO system, the to hit armor class 0 of Baldur's Gate. You know that in Baldur's Gate, in the original, and in general Dungeons and Dragons 3.5, the classic rule was that the armor had to be... The lower the armor, the better, because it was kind of like more evasive. But here apparently it has 11111. We don't have pauldrons there. 11111 in all of them. Let's see if there's a difference. For example, here. Ah, here there's a comparison. You have to right click and inspect them. Alright. Alright. It doesn't even say It doesn't even say inspect, but still. It doesn't even say inspect, but still. Alright. Left leg 2, right leg 2, and the equipped ones 1 and 1. Alright, so, and we can deduce these ones are better. You must be thinking because the number is higher, Razor? No, because we bought them at a later point in the game. Because, as I've said, there are a lot of classic RPG games that kind of like have the lower the number, the more likely it is for you to evade it, to evade the blows in general. In general, people. In general. So, okay, that would be an improvement. Now about the money. 2D, 5T. So, D it's ducats, T it's thalers or thalers. I think it's thalers because it's of German origin, that word. I think it's thalers. Um, so for let me see this shit. 1 1 1 1 1. And what about this? The most basic 2 2 2 2 2 and 1. Well, okay. I want to verify. I need to understand the item system of the game. 1. This one. 2. Armor value 2. Okay. Kettle helm. 1 and this one 2. Alright. Yeah, it seems to be a pretty basic system. Damage 1 dice roll plus 2. Plus 2 with a strength of 12. I don't care about that. We are going to be... Where it needs to be... Yeah. So it just needs to be higher. Bolts. We don't need that. Whirlwind. Until I don't understand what they are used for. Wound powder. I don't know what that may be. Poison arrow. Out of here. So how many thalers? How many thalers it's a ducat? Let's see. This one is 8 thalers. And we have 2. So if it's 10 plus 1, it should end up at 11. Okay. I'm learning it. So 10 thalers are it's 1 ducat. Okay. Haggle. Yeah, these kind of like the influence that you can have if you yeah, you have charisma and those things. Okay, because that's us. Okay. So what about this one? 2 2. The soldier boots are equipment shoes and graves. Careful. Careful. Left leg and right leg. Ah, that's why it's much more expensive. Because I think this one covers 2 slots. So between 2 slots, you get 2 armor. And with this one, you get 2 armor. Ah, but it's only for female. Shit. The other one is for us. Female. This one is for us. Ah, what the? Is this a joke? They have a sex restriction? I know people that you are used to the word gender, but the correct usage, both in English, Spanish, French, and all Romance languages, is sex, believe it or not. So yeah, it's not my fault that people have deformed our languages. That's why you'll see that I use the word sex instead of gender. So it's only one slot. I've explained it several times. Damn it. The inventory system of the game is quite interesting. Let's do this. I have an idea. Let's save and experiment. That will save us some time. Let me save. And let me see. 1 1. Because I bought this one. And it's the same. But the equipment slot says bracers. And this one is gloves bracers. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, I get it, people. That's why they're alright, and they leave the globes empty. So, okay. Now, give me globes that don't. Do we have globes? No, he doesn't have them. Alright, so for one less slot, we got the same amount of armor. So, alright, and for this thing is covering chest, belly, probably here, back, probably here, right arm and left arm. Alright, there. That's why we have the points here. Okay, it's okay, so interesting. It's kind of like per and the belly with the it must be intrinsic to this one. Leg graves. Okay. Okay. It's per body part. Interesting. Not even Boulder Fate has that. So in that sense, good. So I need to pay attention to what. Alright, here we go. See? Chest, belly, back, left arm. Okay. I bet there must be one that only covers one portion of your body, but it must be incompatible with us because we are mages. We are meant to be. Because I'm a mage, yeah, we are. I'm probably meant to be squishy. So, Kettle Helm, it's kind of like a no-brainer. $6. That's a steal. This one? Left, right. 5 ducats. I know, thalers. No, this is nothing. This should be 0.5, 0.6 ducats then. Yep, 0.6. Yeah. Then yeah. That's quite cheap. Soldier boots. Shoes and graves. Careful. And this one is only shoes. So if we do graves with 2, we should have 3, which is more effective. Why is there a sex restriction there only for female? What's that? Because mages don't use those eraser. Yeah, but I could be a female mage. There was a choice there. So I have nothing in my graves, anyways. Well, let's see. Let me see. We have to do a test, anyways. So we have this, and right now, indeed, between those two, I don't know why it's 3 because this one. Because of the pants. Okay. So they overlap. They overlap a bit. Okay. So we have 3. Okay, so they overlap a bit. Okay. Alright, they overlap. There you go. Okay, so they overlap. I mean, this one is pretty good, huh? She has 2 armor. Yeah, because she's meant to be a tank. Because she's a warrior, okay. Leather arm graves. But the problem is that since this one takes up 2 spaces, I replace it with... Okay. This one. 2. Alright, let's do it. 4 ducats. I exactly have that. She doesn't need armor. I am the squishy one, though I'm not dying, so... I don't know. Give me that. So... 1. And now we are all at 2 and 3 down here. Good. Good. Huh. This armor is pretty good. She doesn't need... I could buy her some graves, but still. Let me see if I can sell all of this shit. One dice roll plus 4. That one seems pretty accurate. We don't need that shit. You don't need any of this shit. The page torque, I'll leave it there just in case we need that. A letter from Ardo. These are quest items. No. Okay. So, now let's master selling. Who cares about that? Then I can see that. Yeah. Hang on. Are the ones that she's using... I think it's the same story, huh? Yep, it's the same story. Same story. See that it replaced it kind of like in both of them. Yeah, it's the same story. Let's get rid of. So the gloves. So the gloves are kind of like pretty tricky to get down, to get right. No matter. We'll deal with that. Out. I wonder if I can change my staff, my weapon. What she could use is the graves. Do you have another one? These ones that are female only. That would be a huge improvement for her. I have exactly 5 ducats. Good. So if I give her, don't worry. They shouldn't overlap with the boots. What? In this slot, and which is a slot? Ah, they are pants. Left leg, right leg. We take that out. Yeah, they are boots, people. Alright, I guess it's an improvement anyways. Alright. Yeah, it will get to 4. Yeah, it definitely increased. Good. So it replaced boot. Yeah, this is a bit weird. They're called graves. They're meant to be there. I mean, there's even a painting like that. I should have checked that. Alright, but it said leg, and this one? Right leg, well, whatever. Anyways, it's a positive improvement. It's a good improvement. Well, I am into that, but well, it's an improvement. Whatever it takes to be a top performance. Okay. More or less now, after it took me only some 30 minutes, but I think I've mastered the general idea behind the item system of the game. Pretty in depth. Does someone sell weapons in here? At the tent? Linens? Fabrics? No. Ah, interesting. Interesting. But not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is weapons. I wonder where's the healer of this town. Shit. Hero who reawakens after being mortally wounded and knocked unconscious regains every critical wound. This deducts 4 points from all attributes. Treating the critical wound with 3 wounds or the spell calm body, calm spirit will change to normal. Okay. Infamous Siemens Inn. What? Hang on a second, people. So, the game also has internal transitions even in the local map. Oh well. Oh well. Weapons, 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 weapons. We need to learn about the here. Use of weapons. Staff? Staff? Yeah, Horasian fighting staff. Now, just as we learned about armor, let's learn about this one, about weapons. So, dice roll, strength banners, weapon banners, equipped fighting staff, 1 dice roll plus 2. This one is 1 dice roll plus 2. Strength banners. Seems to be the fucking same, huh? I'm beginning to wonder if since we are a battle mage we can use other weapons. I mean... in Baldur's Gate I didn't even need to use a weapon. It was all spells. But in something like Dungeon Siege, I had to. This is only 1 ducat and a ducat and a half. Let's buy it just for the sake of, because there aren't a lot of stabs. There has to be a difference. What worries me is that I cannot identify it. 0, 1, 0, 0. A typical scholar weapon. Weapon banners. It has to do with the combat abilities that you can use, but still. Let's go for the skill tree magic talents. Do you learn any more? I wonder if you learn any more spells as you progress through the game. My strength is pretty shitty. I definitely took care of. I definitely ensured that I would have it like that. Alright. Where are your combat talents? Brawling 5, this is so useless. A lot of games have that. Sabers. I see the problem. Dagger, fencing weapons in general, I bet it must be this sword. Sabers. Okay. So your ideal weapon is a saber. I don't think we looted any of those. She was using a club when I found her. When I met her, sorry. Right. Alright, to hell with it. Well, at least it looks better. Good. No, it does have 1 more point in terms of weapon banners. What that means remains to be seen. Alright. The objective, which is pretty much the main quest, only leads us here, so let's see. Let's see what we can find.
You won't believe what just happened, Reuben.
What's happened, Madam Captain?
There she is.
Ha! We just caught that would-be scoundrel Draenor. He actually tried to climb over to the city walls. And he fell right in front of one of our own people. How can I help you?
Alright, you are in charge of this place. Sorry to bother you. My name is Eraser. I just came from the Borstok residence. Sorry. I wanted to ask you about the death of my friend, Ordo of Borstok. Guardsman Hassler told me you might be able to help me. Greetings to ya on this sad occasion. Ardo, I would say, Ardo of Borstok was a respected citizen of Ferdok, and his death has affected many people here. These truly are dark days for this town and its people. you can be sure that we will do all in our power to find his murderers. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you anything about this latest murder. Count Growing has. This is like this is like when you're doing some kind of paperwork at a public office or something like that shit, and they say, no, 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 I'm not in charge of this. Go talk to him. And the person, you go over there, and they say, no, no, go to talk to that other guy. No, 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 no. It's way above my pay grade. My it's way above my rank. No, my paycheck. Sorry. Uh, no. Go see that other person. Go see that other person. So Count Gerwin has commanded that we exercise the utmost discretion. Utmost discretion. I removed the article, but it's also, I guess it's valid, but it sounds unnatural. In handling these crimes, I'm afraid I must return to my duties now. Farewell, Razor. Just a moment. One of my best friends was murdered. Is there nothing I can do to help? If you are in agreement, I would like to ask around a little and try to find something about the murders. Count Growing did recently announce a reward for the capture of the murderers. Not a good idea, in my opinion. It's true that we hardly have enough people because of the events in Abestrue and the loss of the Ferdok Lancers, but the town guard is still responsible for such investigations. I beg you, let me act as your deputy. I owe Ardo my life. By my honor, I shall not resist until I have found his murderers, and brought them to justice. Very well, as it means so much to you, I'll give you official permission to investigate this matter in my name. I'll tell you a few things about the case, but I expect absolute confidentiality from you in return. By the good name of Ardo Forstock, you have my word of honor. Good, so be it. Effective immediately, you are now acting officially in the name of the Ferdok Town Guard. So far, there have been 3 murder victims, all of whom died in the same way. The first victim was an old beggar by the name of Eelco. I've never seen that name in my life. Not in fantasy games or in real life. He was found in Wagner's home. The second victim was Zandor Kunger. Sandor is a bit more typical, even in Divinity Original scene. There's a mage with a pretty similar name. A famous Iman player. Also, there's kind of like the equivalent of poker or Gwent in this game, or blackjack in Fable. Also known as Dragon. He was found dead behind the fleet-floated ferret cavern. Tavern, not cavern. Tavern. Your friend was found on a wharf in the harbor area. He died at the docks. The guard on duty will give you the details. You will need to mention that you are working on my orders before he will tell you anything. We have already questioned a certain Gladys Schladromir and Ardo's bodyguard, a dwarf named Forgrim. Both appear to be beyond any suspicion. Alright. I know neither these Gladys nor Ardo's bodyguard. Do you know where I might find them? I would very much like to speak to them. Neither or neither. You are most likely to find Forgrim under one of the tables in the Silver Pitcher, a tavern on Prayos Square. He spends most of his time drunk since the death of his friend. As for Gladys Schladromir, all I can tell you is that she is often seen around Wagoner's home. Wagoner's home. Where exactly, I cannot tell you. She seems a little suspect, even though she didn't have anything to do with the murders. You'll need to be careful. Crime has soared in Wagoner's home. Now the town guard is so overstretched. Then I'll get straight to work. Farewell, Madam Captain Bolkensmith. Yeah, Vulcansmith. Oh, I'll not disappoint you. Farewell, Rison. Good luck. Ruben, we're still here. I told you to deal with the matter at the harbor. Alright, we cannot get a second quest to deal with the people at the harbor. Here. Alright, so Ardo is dead. We only have one quest. We've learned a bit about the about the items, the loot and item system of the game, which is always positive. Ah, cultures and creatures. Only putting farfel, the light skin armor. No, dominant adventure. Alright, so this is different than the one that we entered previously, indeed. And that is the scene of Ilko or Elko's murder. I love how typical it is, how there we go. Oh, pretty good reflection there. Pretty good reflection system there. Pretty good, pretty good. I love how we usually stumble upon the same level design in all classic RPG games, people. Like in all classic RPG games, it's always kind of like a mix between combat sections and dialogue slash civilized sections. I don't know, non-combat sections. Bandit Boris. Hey, good, we got brigands to kill here. Why? What do you want? Boris say you pay silver for use road. Oh, it's like the classic troll toll. I see. Who would this Boris be? Boris me. Give me silver or trouble. Very well, I don't want trouble with you guys here. You want money from me, you won't get a single farthing from me. Lads, trouble. Not pay silver. God, I mean, this one is truly rich. Not pay silver. Where are my spells? Why is it that I cannot use my spells here? Alright, doesn't matter. And I'll hit you to death, I guess. What the? You cannot use your spells in the city? What's the meaning of this? What's the meaning of this? Does it have to do with that slight gangrene or some shit like that? Because she also cannot use her abilities. Alright, I need to find a healer in this town. Unsavory person. Such elegance, so incredible. Shit. Why is it that I cannot use my spells? Shit, we're dead. Yeah, there should be a reason why I cannot use my spells and burn them. I love how the game doesn't even pause. The wings of Golgari sound in your ears. Ah well. No worries, no worries. October 10th, 2024, 1930. Luckily it registers a time, so it's easy to track. Alright. Yep. Murders in Ferdok. Everything is updated. Healer? Where's the healer in this town? Someone could please give me directions? Rod. Let's see, you have a proper name for an NPC.
Jealous tongues claim that the only thing I know is hand-to-hand combat, and they soon discovered that they were right.
I would very much like to learn from you. Ah, weapon proficiencies. Leveling points needed. Nope. No, a healer for this slight gangrene. Luckily, it's a slight gangrene poison. The shadows are duplicated here. Have you noticed, people? The shadows are duplicated. That's my shadow. Those are our shadows. Can you see them? Right there. I don't know if it has to do with the resolution or what. Sure. Alright, that was... Hey, 6 of... I know, but they're far things. They're the least amount possible. Oh, I forgot to add the genre of the game to the title. I remember to do that later. Healer? Where's the healer in this town? There has to be. It has to be at the church. There. It's generally at the church. Generally more or less. It's at the church. So far so good. The game seems solid in a lot of aspects. It's less complex than Baldur's Gate, that's for sure. There we go, novice. Please heal me. Unfortunately, you are not granted permission to enter the temple. Yeah, but can you heal me? Or are you just... No. Alright, so the temple, the church is under construction. But there has to be a healer in this town. Yeah, an integral part of classic RPG games is talking to NPCs, you know? It's not like Sacred 2 in which we just roam the lands free, killing people, killing stuff randomly. There's a different sense of civilization. That's a... Hey, Fluffy, the dancing bear.
Greetings.
Ferjan, the bear master. Nice animal you have there. He is, isn't he? Fluffy is my pride and joy. We go way back together through thick and thin. You cannot count yourself lucky to have such a peaceful companion. You're right there, and he's very gifted too. He's a dancing bear. Well, well. Maybe you'll come to the next show, then you can see it with your own eyes. Hi there, Fluffy. Okay. It's a pretty good name. I always loved that name for pets. Fluffy. And what do you sell? Timber merchant. So, wood? Wood? What kind of wood do you have? Alright, so this is interesting. Very, very realistic to classify vendors by the material. Do you wish to learn how to make fine bows? With pleasure, but unfortunately, another trainer. Wood, right. It was so easy to find the healer last time. Over at Ferdok. But here, what's this? Ah, the dark eye. That's appeared over there. This one? What?
Country to address patron Castan Gamblak. Away with you.
Alright. Very realistic medieval setting. So I address you, I presume. She should be able to speak to someone if you got going. Off you trot, little person. Ah, but you don't have side quests. Damn it. Where's the healer? Healer, laboratory, workbench. Rulana following us. Wagoneers home. Temple of Prayers, maybe over there, by the end of the street. All right. Well, I mean, it's already been 2 hours and we've barely progressed through the game. Well, we did a dungeon. A rat dungeon. So this game is going to be really, really slow paced. According to what I can see. Why does it say -1 there? We still have a lot of things to learn about the game, people. But no matter. Well, eventually. This one. Has to be this one. May the light of prayer
shine upon you. How can I help you?
Venerable Dion. My name is Jason and I would like to ask you a few questions. Tell me your lord. Pray. No, just heal me. Shit. Praise the God of 12 with Pantheon, he is the God of Sun, of Justice, Aventurian is dedicated to him, well, with pleasure. More about your God, Praise Kingdom, Master of the God, he is an unshakable sovereign who full of the same gold. Here we holy animals are griffins, so we have mythical creatures. The demigods Yukuri and Horus are among the gods. Strictly with pleasure, please tell me. Normal bull terrier, Holy Inquisition. Oh, the Inquisition people. I love how all games, just like Secret 2, they all remember the Inquisition from medieval Europe. A lot of people think it was only Spanish, the Inquisition, and that's terribly wrong. The first Inquisition was French, and then it spread all across Europe. I've explained this when we played the Sacred 2. In that sense, the Inquisition was kind of like widespread across medieval Europe because it was created to fight the Moor invasion of Spain, but Spain was just a front line. The Inquisition was all over the place, and in case you are interested, the French Inquisition was much more severe than the Spanish one. For example, I know you're thinking, Eraser, but that doesn't justify the Inquisition. You would be surprised to know that for the time, the Inquisition was much more civilized and benign than any other jury of that time, because back then, what the way they did justice after the fall of the Roman Empire, sadly, when the Western Roman Empire fell in 1753. 1753, sorry, 753, 753. I'd like to know more from you. Yeah, but he didn't heal me. Can I enter this place and get some healing? In case you don't know, people, after the fall of the Roman Empire, the Dark Ages as they're called, the medieval ages, because it was a regression. It was a regression in terms of progress, in terms of civility, civil rights, and everything. After the fall, the way they
What is your desire?
saying of a church of if you thirst for knowledge, you can learn much in our halls. Take a look around and I'll test your knowledge. Are these like bro, I should take a look around. Okay. But healing? Is there healing? Hey, pretty well done, huh? Pretty realistic medieval church, huh? I mean, the attention to detail, it's amazing, huh? Clearly this was made by by a knowledgeable European team, that they paid attention to this. Very realistic. Very, very realistic. In a lot of ways. But they don't have healers. So without my spells, I'm a bit stuck. It's very slow paced, this game, huh? It's perfect for chatting with a lot of you people, but not for being blood pumping precisely. Alright, but as we learn those, we'll progress faster. As we learn the gameplay mechanics. Let me see. Healer, healer. That bear trap is quite expensive. That's a jackpot.
Halt!
Guardsman aren't. Hold. What's wrong? Service in blah blah blah. Oof. Could it be that I cannot use spells because I'm inside of a city? Damn it. This is ridiculous. Let me test something, people, because I could use those spells in the sewers.
I'll take care of that.
The problem is this. It's that girl that she cannot even use her ability. Let me see. Let's do a little test. I want to see if it has to do with our condition. Yeah, it has to do with our condition. Definitely. Huh. Okay. It has to do with our condition when it's healing. Yeah, we know that. I've already read that. Scene of dragon murder, but there has to be a healer here, people. Somewhere. Empire Road, Wagoner's Home, Ferdok, Organ Harbor, Preyos, Preyos Square, Left-Footed Ferret, Inspec's Warehouse. I mean, we can always go back to let's go back to the town, have the healer treat us, and then return, just for the sake of simplicity for the stream. Let's just do that because I cannot find the healer over here. Oh well. Doesn't matter. Let's go back, people. Let's go back to the town for a sec. Get some healing because I searched far and wide and I don't see any healers. I cannot believe that there isn't a healer around here, but if there is, it's not that easy to find. That's for sure. At least it's not evident. Okay, let me. Perhaps it's outside. Perhaps it's outside, guys. Could it be? Because I remember that there was townsperson, principality of course. No. Let's go to Abstrue, Ferdok, again Harbor. Oh, alright, you can choose different sections. Ah shit, I cannot return. True that it said something about that. I better learn to treat that gangrene, I guess. Then. Alright. I was hoping that we could analyze the gameplay mechanics today, and we did a bit at the beginning, but if this was real life, we would already be dead. Let's see you. Laboratory, give me something.
In the name of Nandus, are you looking to
Mysteries of Magic. Alright, so like this you learn spells. Lightning, find you. Ah, so we have more spells there. Balm of Healing. Alright, look at that. We have more. Ah, but you need leveling points. You need 10. I'm lacking those. Alright. Ah, there are more spells, huh? There are more spells in this game. Good. Eraser, that was evident that there are more spells. That one looks like a nun. Nope. Without spells I cannot progress, huh? The game ensures that you learn the mechanics. That's for sure. Yeah, I relied on a healer last time to heal myself. I don't think the bandages work. Do they? No. No. Bandages are for broken limbs. For poison, the problem is that I usually rely on healers for that. Yeah. Normally in this game, in Baldur's Gate, in all of them, I just use healers. This is a problem. Generally, the monasteries heal you in most games. I mean, people, I have no way to learn. I have no way to deduce where I should go to have that healed. Back at square one. The silver pitcher. Here, I guess. It's better than nothing. Trial and error.
I hope that beardless drunkard.
Yeah, we have. Isn't the dwarf we are looking for? You mean this one? Welcome to the silver pitcher. What kind of...
Silver pitcher. What can I do for you? Orgrim, you've had more than enough to drink. Do you hear me?
You? Heal? Shit. The Bible. There. Merchant. Murder recently. You? Someone is willing to heal. Pretty good angle.
What are you doing in my kitchen? You have no business in here. Get out.
Realism at its finest, that's for sure. I just want someone to heal me. To heal my slight gangrene. Alright, let's see how this...
It'll be better if you go home and
Ish dead. One more big. Yes, it's a sad tale. Poor Forgrim. Just look at him. Since his master was murdered, Ardo, all he does is drink. He blames himself. He even shaved off his long beard as a sign of his shame. Not worthy of my beard. Of my beard. My beard. I have to speak with him. Do you know what I can cheer him up a bit? Well, you could try buying him a mug of Ferdok pale ale, then again that might just wipe him out completely. I do have that for you. Secret recipe, I call it my special again, it's a homemade herbal brew. I would make, it would wake a bear from its winter sleep, from the hibernation. Why not try that? Okay, thank you. He's completely drunk, people. But it, yes. Forgrim, Mr. Forgrim drink up. What are you Wait. Just calm yourself. My name is Eraser. Ardo must have spoken to you of me. He asked me to come to Ferdok. Eraser. I never been drunk people, so I don't drink alcohol at all. So it's difficult for me to replicate the sounds he makes. Ardo did speak of, yeah, a friend of Ardo. Friend of mine, but Ardo is dead. Don't you know? It's all my fault. No. I should have been there. I am a failure. Ash, a bodyguard. Let me alone. I'm a useless snowbird with the hiccups. I know Ardo was murdered. That's why I'm looking for his friends. Why weren't you with him? He didn't want me there, but it's just still my fault. I should have known, should have insisted. I knew something was wrong. Well, burp. I cannot do that one, people. I would need to eat and deliberately do it, and that's not what you want to hear. By the bird of Aaron Bolosh, that disgusting herb mix is coming back up. Will you drink that stuff? A meeting, you say. What was it about? Head Gasman Tashman at the harbor. It was something Ardo was working on. It was seriously investigation. That's all I know. The little government me alive should be there because I got him now. Poor him. Listen to me. I need your help to catch Ardo's murder. Are you sober enough to answer more questions? Yes, I think the hiccups will begin soon. These hiccups will begin soon. Tell me all you know. Ask my friend. Just ask. Where's a healer? I want to find a healer. Do you know Gladys Shladromir and where I can find her? Gladys, that is pain in the neck. I'm telling you, you never quite know where you stand. Walk going here, Squanner's home. Train so. Shady deals. Oh. She's a pickpocket. Who makes a living through handling stolen goods. Her doing that. Alright. What do you know about the murders? Ardo isn't the only one murdered in such a grisly fashion. Another man, I knew him well, was mutilated like that too. He was called the Dragon. Yeah, the Dragon. Giant. Sandor Kunger, yes. Bara told me the dragon was found near the fleet-footed ferret. Yes, that must have been Nofulin. She's the barmaid at the fleet-footed ferret, and she was the dragon's girlfriend. She's the one who made the gruesome discovery and alerted the town guard. We should definitely talk to her. Okay. To the other one, the other murder. No, I'm sorry, I just know. The meeting Ardo was going to attend before his death. Like I said before, Ardo wanted to meet head guardsman Tashman at the guardhouse, but he never showed up. Tashman found his body near the docks. That's all I know. I'm afraid it's a terrible thing. Any other day. Can you tell me more about the meeting Ardo was going to attend before his death? Like I said before, Ardo wanted to meet head guardsman Tashman. Like I said before, he could. When I looked together a lot when I first met he was as my family ancestral home at Oxblood Castle, or rather in the gatehouse. The castle itself was haunted. You understand, Ardo sent for brave warriors to help him drive out the ghosts, and I was the only one who dared to venture further than the castle's entrance hall. That's where we became friends. Well, our friendship blossomed when we managed to rescue some fine wine from the clutches of the Ghostly Master from the many adventures. Was at each other during the Battle of Gareth. I thought he had fallen, but he reappeared later and took me on as his bodyguard. Well, come on, Forgreen, let's go find Ardo's merit. Yes, revenge for Ardo, but look at me. I'm a dwarf, but I can barely walk 3 pieces in a straight line. What kind of help will I be? You are the son of Ferolax. A little beers cannot break you. Let's find the murderer together. I'm sure you're right. The rest is here for a while. Come back later. No, my arse. You're coming with us. I need all the people we can stumble upon. You're right. We'll find it. Fail else with anything 13. How about a couple of special dark hits? But let's just go. What about the 4 farthings you owe me for the beer? Tradang, you conniving old weasel, you foisted a special dark on me. You should be paying me. Chuck the fixing 4 farthings. I'll pay you later. Alright, we got another guy with us. And he seems...
Stands by his word.
He's a dwarf. He must be quite useful. What's the use of a pipe? Alright. Look at that 4 armor already. What the f... Okay.
You think?
And... my blow. Alright, I can see a common skill tree for all warriors. I'm beginning to see the... I'm beginning to see the pattern of this game. It's the same skill tree for all warriors. It's just like Baldur's Gate. Pretty much, people. So... I love how that green stuff indicates the gangrene. Let me see something, people, because I want to ensure that the bots are no longer bothering us. Let me ensure that the bots are no longer bothering us. Let me check the stream it for a sec here. See, seems to be working. No bots. The messages never showed up for the bots, as it should be. So good. Good. There we go. Let me refresh my chat just in case. I want to be up to date in case any of them show up again. There we go. Good. Let me see. Yeah. Looks like they are gone. It's just at the beginning apparently. Though it happened to me by the end of the previous stream, so well, good. Good. Continue. Okay. Let's go, people. Sorry for that small pause. I don't like bots attacking our stream. This is a problem. If I cannot heal that gangrene, I cannot progress through the game. That imbecile that appeared previously. He was here. So as long as I don't get over there, we should be good to go. So the dogs. This is part of the classic RPG genre. Kind of like exploring the main social hubs of the game. Large brewery storehouse. I'm beginning to feel tempted to just search.
Oh, you are most welcome. Please take a look around at the legend.
Perfume, dress, wing of dexterity. 50 days. Oh, such prices. There must be a pretty good reason for you to have that to have those prices. Generally, it's kind of like when you have that, it's because they're kind of like stolen.
Like,
Stormfront is new here in town. Who does he think he is?
There's nothing I can do with all my spells. There's nothing I can do without my spells, huh? I'm just wandering around. We'll have to search for it for the sake of time and convenience and learning the mechanics. I need to stop wandering around. Give me a second, people. Give me a second. Give me a second because I wanted to I want to let me investigate a bit about this. Just it cannot take me more than some seconds. So there has to be a way to treat this slight gangrene. It definitely didn't kill us, but still, I think it's affecting our stats. But the worst part is that I think it's preventing me from casting spells, and that pretty much destroys my skill tree 100%. Let me see for a second. Anyways, anyone who goes in to play this game blindly would need to do this, because I mean, I'm wandering around aimlessly at this point. I'm wandering around aimlessly, and basically there's no way to know that. Oh. All right, how to cure gangrene? How to cure gangrene? I'm early in the game and contracted a slight gangrene from the wolf rat. Same story as mine. Healing powder or with a spell. And the merchants can heal you for free. Multiple ways. So, cure poison skill, antidote, sorry. Cure poison spell, go to the healer. Gulmoon tea. Okay. 1 point in cure poison talent to drink. Or cure poison spell, since we are mages. Alright. Yeah. So merchants can also be healers. Got it. Alright. Merchants can also be healers. That's a pretty weak way of taking a look at it.
fine linen.
It's a pretty weak way of looking at it, but still. I presume the herb seller, this one, fresh herbs.
Closer.
Gulmoon leaf. Recipe for Gulmoon tea, or recipe for Gulmoon tea. Here, Gulmoon tea. 100 for 4 ducats. Shit, no. No, not 100. Just 2 of them. 2 of them. Like that. Ah, but you need to have cure poison in order to do that. Split, drop, Luke. Effect, treat poison. Shit. Huh. Can you fucking heal me? Healing. Healing powder. Then. Shit. This game is testing my patience. Huh. Medium and minor and medium injuries, but no. This is not an injury. This is not an injury. This is poison, technically. Shit. This is poison.
Come closer. Fresh herbs from Abyss. Come closer.
Wound powder. Minor wounds. No, not wounds. Not bleeding. This one? Poison. No, bleeding, no. No, not bleeding. Healing potion, there we go. None of them cures poison. I mean, I know this tea does, but what about this one? What, this one? No. They're just part of the crafting system of the game. Mandrake powder? No. Effectrid poison. And how do I use it? Can be transferred to characters or get characters? No. I guess.
Come closer. Fresh herbs from Abyss.
Yep. When I begin to get nervous, I scratch my head. Pretty much, I don't know. I cannot progress through the game without spells. Quite interesting that they designed the game so you cannot progress without
How can I
understanding.
help you?
No, you just care about town's guard. Directions, city guardsmen. No. Sorry, people. We're fucking stuck. happens, just like George Bush said. Shit happens when the guy threw him the shoe or that shit like that. That guy should have been arrested for life. I don't know if he was, but he should have been. Um, Samuel Weros. Hi, what is that game? This game is called Drakensang. This game is called Drakensang. It's the first one, the Dark Eye, the original. It's basically, just as I said, very, very brief and succinct reference. It's kind of like German Dungeons and Dragons. Just like the Warlock atop Firetop Mountain is like British Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, the first. Okay, yeah. It's the first one. I am streaming in this category because I honestly couldn't. I couldn't find the category for the original here on Twitch. So the most common one was the online MMORPG that then they released. It's the original. It's like Baldur's Gate, like Dragon Age Origins, like classic RPGs from the 90s and the early 2000s, and it's much more slow paced. It's like Baldur's Gate, like Ashwind Dale, like Neverwinter Nights, like I don't know, Lionheart: Legacy of the Crusader, for example, like well, like the first Fallout and the second one. Um, yeah, like the classic RPG games from that period of time. Then it's true, this one. This is the one I need. Yes, we can finally treat the gangrene. And I started Drakensang Online yesterday, Ranger class. Yeah. I know that then they released an MMORPG, which is much more similar to the isometric action RPG genre, similar to Diablo. Similar. I played a very similar game to Drakensang Online throughout this year called Sacred 2. It's also German. And it's quite similar to Drakensang Online. So I will highly recommend you Sacred 2. I'll highly recommend you Sacred 2. Definitely. It has a huge open world. I just did a 4-hour analysis this year, and it's massive. Here I analyze games on the channel. Do you have some guide for RPG games? Yeah. Click on the link in my Twitch panels right down here, which is the integral history of PC game genres. It has 7 volumes. 7 volumes. It's more than 10 hours because I go genre by genre, but yes, I've covered all of them. Basically, just to have a quick reference, I do game recommendations besides metaphysical game analysis here, but just to have a quick reference. Um, Here, for example, this is Drakensang. Here I have all of the classic RPG games, and I go one by one. And in case of isometric action RPG games, similar to that one, I can recommend you to Drakensang Online. I will recommend you as a modern option Warhammer 40k Inquisitor Martyr, for example. But if you want something more classic, this one I analyzed it, and the level designer of this Austrian isometric action RPG. If you want something more classic, Avencast Rise of the Mage. That's what I do. I metaphysically analyze underrated games on the channel. Generally, isometric action RPG games, and basically in the links that I just recommended you, the integral history of PC game genres. That'll take you to the my general review bolt, in which as I said, I did an integral history of all genres. I go one by one like this, explaining not all of them. I haven't played all of them. No one has that much time. Emmanuel. You have a Spanish name. Emmanuel? Whoa, oh man, thank you. I'm pretty new to RPG type of games, and I feel you kind of no, don't worry. Besides, I can assure you, no, don't worry. Ask me anything. No, I don't worry. No. No, it's a pretty amazing genre. Do you know how it was born? The action RPG genre. Like there is too much to learn. No. For example, well, for starters, I would recommend you to begin if you are completely new. Do you play Diablo, for example? Do you know how it was born? I explained it in the first stream of Heliland. I would recommend you with Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. It doesn't need to be the Median Excel mod here, or Diablo 2 Resurrected, for example. Don't worry, I'm new to a lot of genres, for example, fighting. I have played Diablo Immortal. Well, then I highly recommend you Diablo 2 Resurrected. Begin there. It's the father of the isometric action RPG genre. It was developed by, for those of you watching this at YouTube, we do a small pause. I always love doing game recommendations. Emmanuel, or Emmanuel, I don't know if it's a Spanish name. It's a very Spanish name. Um, um, my native tongue is Spanish, precisely that's why I say it. But I recommend you Diablo. Begin with Diablo because it's the father of what is called the isometric action RPG genre that you are mentioning. Isometric is the camera, kind of like from up there, instead of being over the shoulder behind it. It's kind of like isometric from the sky, let's say. And precisely, I would personally say Diablo 1, but it can be a bit clunky in terms of the pathfinding, so go for the remastered version here, Diablo 2 Resurrected. You Thank you, Emmanuel, from the bottom of my heart. And you can also, if you like, over at Discord, I discuss all of these things. I have recommended thousands of games from all genres to not millions, but to dozens of people. Uh, Even my favorite genre is the RTS genre, very old school, that is now semi-dead. So you can imagine that after that I had to explore all the genres. From there, since my original favorite genre died a bit, I had to explore the rest. I recommend you Diablo 2. If you want to go classic and you want to know the origins of the genre, Diablo 1 and Nox, perhaps. The original Sacred Gold, it's another option, but I would recommend you begin with the father of all RPGs. And then, if you are willing to go through a challenge, go for the first Baldur's Gate. Because like that you will have the father of the classic RPG genre, and that's why I have them separated, as you can see, more or less. Then continue with the metaphysical analysis of Drakensang people. And Diablo is kind of like the isometric action RPG. What's the difference? The main difference between classic RPG and isometric action RPG, this is something that most players don't pay attention and don't care about, honestly, is that David Brevik, the creator of Diablo, not only of the famous Diablo 2, but also Diablo 1, he created the isometric action RPG genre when he turned the clock down to 0. The feeling of time is the huge difference between these two genres. So party-based, as they are called a lot nowadays, party-based, thank you, man, for it. I see you love these games. I love all of the games that I analyze. And if you like something like Drakensang Online, I can recommend you also Fate, was the other one that I can tell you. This is the predecessor of Torchlight, and not a lot of people know about it. Torchlight followed a pretty similar fate as Drakensang Online. Why? Because Torchlight 3 was meant to be Torchlight Online, like Drakensang Online. So Torchlight 3 could also be another great modern example. Titan Quest, Grim Dawn, as more modern ones. If you want to go for something more classic, if you don't have problems with the pathfinding of 2D games, I would recommend those two. If you want something more modern, Fate, Torchlight 2 with the Synergies mode, Torchlight 3 pretty similar to Drakensang Online, for example, Titan Quest, Grim Dawn. If you want something extremely modern, Warhammer 40k Inquisitor Martyr, and The Incredible Adventures of Van Helsing. You can't go wrong with any of these. If you like any other recommendations of any other genre, feel free to ask me away anything. Here I do metaphysical analysis, generally. I'm a scholastic philosopher, and because of that, my head blows when I have to deal with all these quests, NPC, and try to fix my build as soon as I can, all the time, and etc. May I ask you, Emmanuel, what's kind of like your original, well, not original genre, the genres you played previously to RPG, etc. Gems, all of those things. Yeah. Did you play kind of like hack and slash games? Because those are generally a good introduction. Because nowadays hack and slash games have RPG elements. They have an RPG influence. If you want something like Drakensang Online, Hellgate London is another great option. Yeah, Hellgate London could be. It's more MMORPG. World of Warcraft, it's a great introduction because the MMORPG genre simplifies all of those things. Kind of like the general rule of thumb that I would suggest you to follow is this: isometric action RPG has a lower degree of complexity. MMORPG has they all have lower degrees of complexity. For example, here's Hellgate London. They all have lower degrees of complexity than, let's say, they are more action oriented than the classic RPG genre. Like the classic RPG genre, which Drakensang 1, the original, belongs to, and the second one before Drakensang Online, it's like Baldur's Gate. Like when you see party based, that you control a lot of characters, that indicates that the complexity is higher. Dungeon Siege, I will also recommend you Dungeon Siege. I go over all of these. I try to do a very brief summary, so just to have a general idea. I go over all of these in the integral history of PC game genres, in the link in my panels down below. I also have my Discord. We are 8 members, and we answer these questions all the time. For example, when I was playing Sacred 2, another viewer discovered that game, and he asked me and we started talking, and I told him about Hellgate London, and there I showed him my tutorial video about the different versions of Hellgate London, which is another great option that you have. I would recommend you Diablo to begin with, but instead of Immortal 2. There you'll have the resurrected one, which is the vanilla experience. And then Titan Quest. Titan Quest will be it's simplistic. You can have a one-hit build, so it's pretty slow. In that sense, it's pretty simplistic and slow. In that sense, it's an amazing game. It's a 10 out of 10. Titan Quest and its sequel Grim Dawn. I don't know if you want older games or more modern games, what you like, but whatever you like, I have recommended thousands of games. So this one that I'm having troubles with, for example, see, I played a lot of RPGs and I'm having problems with this one. I don't know how to treat slight gangrene. I've been lost for quite some, for the half of this stream, pretty much. So don't feel bad about it at all. Don't feel bad about it at all. We will all be in there, and since naming conventions change a lot, you have to relearn in a lot of cases. For example, in Sacred 2, my first streams were pathetic. Well, they were good because I do my metaphysical analysis, but my gameplay was terrible because indeed I had no idea how to deal with basic naming conventions. So while I always have a blast because I analyze, as I was saying, I analyze games on a metaphysical level, because the objective of my streams is to reverse engineer the mental perception of the reviewer, so it's not subjective but objective. Pretty much to change the focus of the analysis from the subject to the object of analysis, in this case the game. And pretty much, while I have a blast doing that, in Sacred 2, for example, in my first 20 streams, I still couldn't understand some gameplay mechanics, and then I mastered the game completely, and it was a blast. RPGs, generally, as a rule of thumb, they always have a higher learning curve than most genres. It's true, what you are mentioning to me, it's true. When you have to deal with the quests and the NPC, I would recommend you also BioWare games in general, because, for example, Dragon Age Origins does have quests. It's pretty similar to this game, but it doesn't have thousands of quests. Dragon Age Origins, the quest density in terms of the level design, it's lower than, say, World of Warcraft, for example. And those things. In the case of Diablo Immortal, I don't know if you played on PC or mobile, but there are also games that you can play on mobile to familiarize yourself with those concepts. For example, the Dungeon Hunter series on mobile was pretty much the original Diablo Immortal. If you like a more mobile experience, since you already played Diablo Immortal, the Dungeon Hunter series is pretty solid. On the PS Vita, I did the Ultimate PS Vita showcase some weeks ago, and yes, you have Dungeon Hunter Dark Alliance there on the PS Vita. You have on the 3DS, for example, on the 3DS you have one called Heroes of Ruin, and generally on handheld systems they are also quite simplistic. You can also use handheld systems to begin with. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, it's another great example. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, that simplifies that. That simplifies all of those stats. There are isometric action RPG games without such high abstract complexity. I think I pretty much gave you a lot of recommendations. I think with all of those, you'll grasp the genre perfectly. I think it'll be perfect for you, but never be shy or never feel bad about that. There are more complex genres. For example, the space simulation genre, um, Freelancer, for example. I need to showcase that one on a stream. That one is like they are economic simulators or shit like that. So yeah, but don't feel bad. See, for example, right now I'm lost here how to treat this gangrene, and because of that I cannot cast spells. So as long as you don't go for something like this, like a classic hardcore RPG, that is because they draw the rules from classic Dungeons and Dragons tabletop games. Like, in that sense, as long as it's not a classic RPG, it's true, isometric action RPG is more versatile and easy to learn, hard to master, but easy to learn. The learning curve is not that steep. As long as it's not a classic RPG like Icewind Dale, Baldur's Gate, kind of like, unless you want a challenge, it should be perfect. Divinity Original Sin, for example, is turn-based, but well, it's another option. It's much more simplified in that sense. So yeah, pretty much. Alright, people. That was the scene of the murder, but I don't see how. I did learn that sheet of treat poison, so I should be able to use it. Use. Yeah, it appeared. Uh-huh. So? Failed. Shit. Typical. Alright, you can fail the check. Yes. 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 Look at that. See? See, people? Now, let's see if that was the issue. Alright. See? Learn and master. Good. See? 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 For example, there you had a clear example of what I was mentioning. You have to... It's true. It's true that that's a pretty amazing debate. It's true that there's a higher learning curve. But yeah, pretty much. There's always Google, people. I mean, people who say that you should never Google stuff like this, that's ridiculous, because there's always the fact that these games came with thick guides. So where's that brigand that attacked me previously? Let's go back to that brigand. But I still can't cast the spells. Maybe it has to do with the fact that it's in a city. That we're in a city. Oof. So the transition has to be there because of the arrow. "54 minutes." But well, I at least learned how to treat the gangrene. There we go. When you don't have a healer around. This is pretty amazing level design in that sense. Because it helps you, it prevents you from progressing when you don't learn those. Uh, the harbor. Where was that harbor where we were? Hang on a second, people. Yes, I want to kill the guy. I want to have my revenge on the guy that attacked us previously. I want to have my revenge. Let's see if I can. Let's see if I can do something about it. Here, harbor. Let's see if I can cast the spells now. See if I can cast it. Where are you? Where's that old degenerate? That old degenerate. That big degenerate. Ah, it's the same. He disappeared. He disappeared? What? Where are you? Justice is coming your way. Justice is coming your way, people. No, not your way, people. His way, people. There he is. There he is. Now, let's see if I can cast the spells, or if it has to do with being in the city. There you are. What the? I still can't cast the spells. What's the meaning of this? Unsavory person. Mighty Blue. Knockdown. That's pretty rad.
Drink blood, my sword.
Get out of there.
Amazon pride.
I'm sick of this girl not obeying me. Though we also have better. There we go. Why is it that I cannot cast the spells? There are some RPGs in which you cannot cast the spells in a city. Ah, but now I have my friend the dwarf. This one will be the perfect tank. That's for sure.
I'll take care of that.
Let's go.
Avenging Kirkham.
Come on. Could it be that there's a concept of exhaustion in this game? No. No. This one. The Mighty Blow.
I'll take care of that.
Good. I think the armor alone beat them, if you ask me. You're out of endurance, of course. There we go, people. See, it wasn't that difficult. But looks like we cannot use the spells in the city altogether because I already treated the gangrene. Like, it was unrelated to that. Maybe there's some kind of exhaustion. Do you sleep in this game? To kind of like regain to recover from fatigue or things like that? That would be absolutely crazy. That would definitely be absolutely crazy. But yeah, if Baldur's Gate did it, why wouldn't this one do it? I mean, Dark Eye. Oh, Alright, we finally killed that guy. And we can proceed to the scene of Ilko's murder. Pretty much. Alright. Let's see what we get here. Let's see. We can finally proceed to the scene of the crime. So I cannot use the spells in the city. Inside of the city. That's an interesting level design choice. It renders mages useless, I guess. Pretty weird. If I could only get out of the city, I would be able to test my theory. We're still learning the early game gameplay mechanics, the influence of the level design on the gameplay mechanics, everything, people, huh? We're still learning those, but well, now at least I know how to treat wounds. I know about the stat system of the game, about the item and loot system. Today it was kind of like learning stream so far. We'll stream a bit more today. We'll stream a bit more than our usual 4 hours because I spent way too much time learning how to treat the gangrene. And of course, we cannot have that, people. We cannot have that. So, let's see, that should be the scene of the murder. Let's see. I only see a cat called Mimi. Alright, there, we triggered the event. Indeed, I'm here to investigate. We've been authorized by the local guardsmen. Eraser, excuse me, that's us, people. That's where poor old Elko lost his life, or Ilko. Excuse me, my name is Eraser, and I'm investigating the murders here in Ferdok. What's your name, madam? Lovinger is my name. I live here in this house. I saw you from the window up there. Could I ask you a few questions about the death of old Ilko? Certainly, with pleasure. Did you see what happened to the old man? No, I didn't see it, so she doesn't know about it, but I heard it. It was a few days ago. It had already been dark for a while when I heard muttering and then some kind of tussle outside my window. First, I didn't think much of it. That kind of thing is quite normal around here. When the sun goes down over Wagner's home, the worst riffraff in Ferdok all crawl out of their holes. Indeed. Is that all? You're in a hurry, aren't you? Let me finish. So I heard a tussle, but I didn't pay much heed to it. I just thought it was the usual drunks and knaves who make our streets so dangerous. But then I'll never forget the moment I heard a scream. It was so loud and full of agony that I still shudder to think of it. At first I didn't dare to go to the window. I waited for what seemed an eternity, though it was probably just a few moments. But in the end, my curiosity got the better of me. I had to see what happened. And then you saw Ilko, pretty much. Yes, I did. Not a day goes past where I don't wish I hadn't gone to the window. That awful sight still haunts my dreams. Old Ilko lay there in front of my window. He was covered in blood with a gaping hole in his chest. Prius, protect me. What kind of animals would do that? What kind of animals would do that to that poor old man? To a poor old man. I'm sorry. I'm so upset. Poor Ilko. I hope you find his tormentors. Could I ask you a few questions about the death of old Ilko? Yes, the other question. Can you tell me anything else about the old Ilko? What kind of person was he? Everybody in Wagner's home knew him. You know, people around here aren't exactly rolling in money. Ilko was a nice old man. He lived from the generosity of others, like in Wagner's home, but he wasn't type to waste his time on selfish self-pity. You should have seen how well he cared for Mimi. Mimi's the cat. Oh, you already met her. She's a little cat you scared away. She belonged to old Ilko. He always took such loving care of her. It was so touching. Ilko would scrape and save every farthing he could to buy her a bit of fresh fish from the fishwife further up the way. I'll never understand how anybody would take the life of such a lovely person in such a terrible way. Could I ask you a few questions about the death of old Ilko? Certainly, with pleasure. You said old Ilko often bought fish for his cat. Where can I find the fish wife again? Pretty much. Of course, that's right. Mimi's a stray, just like Ilko. Maybe that's why they got along so well. They were inseparable. Ilko always bought a fish when he wanted her to come to him. It was like magic. When Ilko had a fish, little Mimi would jump out of the next bush. Yes, that's right. Mr. Strankler's fish stall isn't far from here. Just go up this path. Good. Let's see what else we can extract. What do you know about the other murderer? About the other murderers? Remember that there were. Uh, I heard they murdered our dragon. Terrible. He was Ferdok's best in-man player and the most popular, I can tell you. He never hurt a fly. Why such a cruel fate for such gentle people? These murderers should be punished. What about the murder of Ardo of Borstok? What's that? Another of these awful murders? By the 12 gods, what is happening to this town? I didn't know there was a third victim. Why has Ferdok sunk so low? Nothing but sorrow and pain. Could I ask you a few questions about the death of old Ilko? Let's see. What am I reading that again? And so what happened to know a woman called Gladys Shadomir? Schladerdromir, the other one. I think I've heard that name before. I can say where when. Alright. To go. Poor old Ilko. Right, but the quest didn't update at all. Lovely. So amusing. The quest didn't update at all. Oh, it's you again, Warbury. Do you have any idea why somebody would be out to kill Elko? No, it makes no sense at all. He had no position apart from Kikana. I don't know. I'm missing something doing festivity and like well, enough skill. So for it was petty crime, pretty much. Apparently, according to what she's saying. You know, where he must have some kind of person. Do you think that's possible? Also, he said he wants to be. He might have well had a place to keep his most valuable possession, but now he's dead. Mimi's probably the only one who knows. Mimi's? The cat? Alright. That wasn't very helpful, people. In Divinity Original Sin, for example, there's a talent to talk to animals and you get information from them. But here, this apparently, we only have that lady there, but she doesn't provide me with any update for the quest. I mean, she just mentioned a brooch that was a bit valuable, but she just referred to petty crime, pretty much. That won't help us solve the murder. I love how Divinity Original Sin begins with a murder. This begins with a murder. I love how it's a typical trope in terms of the grandeur, in terms of the story of all of the story and the ambience of all classic RPG games. By the way, pretty good particle effects. Alright, let's get to the second crime scene. Let's get to that one, people. And as I was mentioning, in terms of the early game gameplay mechanics, this is a new element. So today we learned about armors, about stats, and everything, and how to treat gangrene. That's for sure. But, well, we learned a lot. Learned. Choose whichever one you like the most. While that is the case, I still cannot logically explain why I cannot use spells in the city. I know for a fact that in some old school RPGs this was a gameplay element, but still, it's a quite unique one that I have seldom seen. That's for sure. Alright, we are right at the tavern. Uh, no, but this is not the scene of the murder. So I need to look for blood, just like like in the other one. Wait, 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 wait. Shit. The camera is a bit wonky. There. Wait a second. Wait a second. Because the scene of the murder apparently it's outside of the tavern. Wait. Sorry. Sorry. I need to remember that this game is not borderless. It's full screen. There we go. Where's the scene of the murder? There we are. There we go. There we go. There we go. The blood and a talisman. All right. All right. Looks like that's what we are looking for. Murders in Ferdok. It's pretty much the only quest we have, people, huh? There are no side quests here so far. Pretty much. The one thing that I wanted to highlight in terms of the analysis that we did at the beginning today, people, is that the combat system of the game follows the classic rules. There we have to go to the harbor. Then it's pretty much the only objective. The combat system is pretty much it pretty much inherits all of the rules from classic Dungeons and Dragons. Pretty much. Like when I said it's German Dungeons and Dragons, I was pretty much right. They were pretty faithful to the source material in that sense. Because as I said, there isn't a correlation, a sequenced rotation of abilities. Like in World of Warcraft, remember that we can cast an ability and then, for example, the Arcane Blast, and that allows us to then proc or trigger an enhanced version of Arcane Missiles, which is a channeled ability that you channel for 3 seconds normally, but Arcane Blast can make it channel for 2 seconds, and you deal the same amount of damage. So there's a sequential correlation in the rotational system of the game, in the usage of abilities. Here, it's kind of like classic Dungeons and Dragons. You activate one, and it's absolutely independent from the other ones. You kind of like, it doesn't matter the order in which you activate them. The Scene of the Serious. Hey, you there! This is the Scene of the Serious Crime. You got it right. Now move on. Temper your tone, guardsman. My name is Eraser, and I'm authorized. I am here with the permission of Madam Captain Borkensmith, and I'm helping the town guard investigate the murders. I'm sorry, I didn't know that. In that case, you may pass. Tell me about the details of the case. I'm afraid not. I have merely been ordered by head guardsman Tashman to guard the site and keep curious onlookers away. It was the head guardsman alone who found the victim here. If anyone can give you details, it's him. You tell me where I can find the head guardsman, then. There's been a collision between 2 supply carts at the brewery. The head guardsman headed that way. He looked pretty angry, you know. He got the bad news during his lunch break. That always puts him, in a really bad mood. Okay, let's see if I can answer questions. Can we proceed? No. Or what? Oh, yeah. Allows you to proceed. He allows you to proceed anyways. Let me save in case things go south and and a crazy monster appears out of the water and attacks us as a trap. Alright. Remember, this was Ardo's.
Let us go forth and to those who tormented him.
The surround sound of the game does not bode well. That doesn't work well with a truly surround sound system like the one I use. I haven't farting. Alright. Alright, we got the scene of the murder there, people. And looks like we've visited all of the crime murder scenes so far. Apparently. There are no side quests in this city so far. That definitely draws my attention as to why there aren't more side quests, but well. But well, what are you gonna do? It's curious. It's like this zone was completely designed to. This zone was completely designed just for the main quest. Like they didn't include um any side quests so far, which is weird. Which is definitely weird. So yeah, pretty much, pretty much, pretty much. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Uh-huh. Something. Okay. So we have to go back. We have to go back and pretty much find the scene of the murder. I mean, find the scene of the murder. We've already explored them, but he said the head guardsman was over there at the brewery where we were previously. All right, we can do that. We can definitely do that. We can definitely do that, people.
You already know I have to give all these suspicious characters.
Let's save, so we don't have to go through all of the dialogue again.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm in the middle of an important official meeting here?
Sorry to bother you. I thought I might find you by the accident that guardsman. This is the guy. This is the objective. Brintel told me about. By order of Madame Captain Borkensmith. Borkensmith, I'm helping the town guard in the investigation of the recent series of murders. I see. In that case, please excuse my tone, deputy. Deputy, I didn't know that our good Madame Captain was already that desperate. I suppose you're after the bounty, right? Why are you bothering me? Not at all, Herr Guardsman. Ardo of Borstok was a good friend of mine, and I just want to make sure his murderers do not escape their just punishment. Don't we all? I'm sure, yes, Ardo of Borstok. They certainly got him. My condolences, I'm sure you'll want to be getting along now, so farewell. Just a minute, if you don't mind, Guardsman. Brintel told me you might know about the case. After all, it was you who found Ardo of Borstok's body. Yes, I do mind, and yes, I did find his body. Apart from the body, there was nothing else to be seen, just like all the other murders. No heart, no tracks, no witnesses. Or at least, we haven't found anyone prepared to say they saw anything. The docks are usually deserted at that time of night. Was that everything? Weren't you going to meet with Ardo at the docks that night? Surely you must have seen or heard something. What was the meeting supposed to be about? Oh, my stupid thick head. That's right, Ardo told me about the meeting. He asked me not to go with him that one time. Why did I listen to him? You'll be dead, clearly. It was my duty to protect him. I should have insisted. Thorgrim, calm yourself. Be assured that we shall not rest until Ardo's death is avenged. That madman will feel my axe, and then I'll bite off his cowardly nose. I need a beer, the sorrow, the shame. Oh, Ardo. We shall see, Thorgrim. Let's find the murderer first, then we can decide what to do with him. But, head guardsman, to get back to my question, why were you going to meet Ardo of Borstok that night? It was supposed to be a simple exchange of information regarding his inquiries. He wanted me to help him. It was his idea to meet at the docks at night. A public order, the public order matter delayed me, and when I got to our agreed meeting point, he was already dead. I see. What kind of inquiries are we talking about? How should I know? He had only made a few vague references to organized crime in Ferdok. He also said something about corruption. He wanted to let me in on the details in person, but I never got the chance to speak with him. As I said, he was dead when I got there. There's not much more to say on the matter. And now dismissed, deputy.
Yeah, that's what they all say. I'm afraid we're gonna have to be even more diligent in getting to the bottom of this.
Right, what now? Back at square one, people? Back at square one? So, he knows nothing. Nothing, we must push on. Hmm. This is collecting information about the murder. Sandor Kunga was in the background. I got to look around the murder scene. A bit of people. Someone must have seen or heard something. Did we explore this crime scene? Did we explore it? We mentioned about the murder. Orloi was a homeless beggar and found Mary Wagner's home. Ah, yeah, Wagner's home. We need to go to Wagner's home then. We need to go to Wagner's home then, people. Oh my fucking god. Another bot. That's why I've been in this. God damn it, another bot. You cannot see it, people, because it has automatic restriction to the chat. You cannot see it, but there's another bot. Today they are unleashed. My fucking god. Unfortunately, I bet Twitch knows why they implemented that this new restriction system. They saw it coming because, fortunately, at least they don't appear for you. But my fucking god, this is the third one that you cannot see them, people. But this is the fucking third one. What the? Hang on a second. Sorry, people. Sorry, people. Sorry. Oh my fucking god. So many fucking bots. What's going on now? What on earth is going on? What on earth is going on, people? So many bots. So many bots. Why are there so many bots today? Oh well. No matter. There we go. So many bots. God damn it, shit. Right. There we go. Alrighty. Alrighty. Xenovardo's murder. So let's go to Wagoner's home there. It has to be the last one. Oh, oh, you can do that? I didn't know you could do that. Oh. So let's continue the investigation of the case. This one we've already been here. Yeah, that's the other one. So they were all around here except for the other one. So let's go to Wagoners there. There we go. Hey, pretty good water ripples. Look at that. Pretty good. How many people today? The bots have been unleashed. Today the bots have been unleashed. Twitch, do something about them. I can see using that suspicious alert stuff doesn't fix the fact that they shouldn't be here, you know? Oh well. Alrighty. I hope they are massively banning them by now. And this is the other one. Poof. Gain Mimi's trust. Wasn't there a button in this game to know about the that tells you where to go or something like that? It tells you where to go or something like that. Eraser is in a Selco. I have to gain the trust of a cat. Find Gladys Shadowmoon. Wagoner's home. This game is so incredibly slow paced.
What do you want now?
No, this is just more armor. The Zareen Zoo. We haven't been there. There's nothing. I don't have anything to lose by checking out over there. By checking out what's over there. How kick the huckster. What you got? The Zareen Zoo, let's see. So we have people.
If I'm not completely mistaken, we should find Gladys here. All the city's riffraff.
The developers of this game love the word riffraff. That's for sure. Cripple? She doesn't seem to be here though. You were wrong. My
Powder may not be as clean as an elf baby's bottom, but at least you get the best Ferdok beer here.
So what can I get you? There's somebody. Her name is Gladys Shadow. Can you help me? It's very important that I find her. Finally, progress. See, we had nothing to lose by coming here. Hey, I'm looking for a woman too. Hey, but joking aside, Liz is a woman who prefers not to be found, but she'll find you if it's important enough to her. You can rely on that. Just a moment. Hey, Dan, you think the cellar will clear itself? It should be done by now. Get to work. Alright, damn, yeah. Time to wait until someone just turns up. I need to ask her urgently. It's about the murder of a mutual friend. Where is she? Listen, boy, are you deaf? I don't know where she is, but wait, maybe Four Finger Son? No. What are you gawping at? Go and ask him. Fine, I'll go and do that. The social interactions in this game are pretty realistic. Tell me, boy, don't you think Ibram's a little rude to his people? I'll help him. Abram, why talk to poor damn Dan like that? Just because he's a little slow, there's no need to bully him. Listen here, Yalik. You want to do my job, do you? I can have him put you outside too if you don't like the way around things here. It feels like a parody of Mr. Krabs in SpongeBob with Squidward. There's nothing the slightest bit serene about this place. Listen to yourself, I'm off to speak with Four Finger Psalm. Alright. 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 So, Four Finger. That guy over there.
What do you want?
Excuse me, Mr. Salm, but the innkeeper said you could tell me where to find Gladys Schladromir. No, he said that she finds you, technically. Really, and why should I help you, lad? I know a lot of people who are friends with Gladys, and I know something else for sure. You are not one of them. Well, but we have a friend in common, that's a friend times two. Listen to me. Very important I speak with her. If you can tell me where she is, then please tell me. Listen to me, how funny you are. But I won't make your life difficult. I haven't seen her for a long time, but I think Cripple Reto spoke to her recently. Go ask him. I'm sure he can help you. You'll see. Now that I see that he's some kind of bouncer. Let me guess, a mercenary that is going to randomly attack us or something, some shit like that?
What do you want?
They all say the same here. You're Rito, aren't you? Salm said you might be able to tell me where I could find Gladys Schladromir. Gladromir? Schladis? I don't know. No, Gladys Schladromir. Oh, I see. Why didn't you say so? Ha, it's an easy mistake to me. So you know her? Nope. Excuse me? But Salm just told me you spoke to her recently and you are saying you don't know her. Haha, you shouldn't take anything that old fool says. Seriously, he picked his brain in moonshine a long time ago. Know what I mean? I can't help you. I really can't. Wait a minute, I think Goldtooth Yalik said something about Gladys earlier. Ask him. Well, at least being in a medieval city without any kind of modern communication is realistic. We're back to the first guy that... So, you are looking for Gladys, aren't you? Yes, I really need to speak with her. But one minute everybody here knows her, then nobody does. If you know where I can find her, Gladys, please tell me. It's really important. I'm not sure, I don't know you. You could be a spy from the town guard, know what? Best just forget it. Shouting too loud for Gladys can end badly. We don't want that, do we? That's it. Tell me where she is right now. Hold your horses. I don't want any trouble in my tavern. It's so difficult to get blood out of the wood floor, but nobody cares about that. Soapstone will take care of it. Pah. Hey, don't worry, Abram. But back to you, stranger. I can tell you where Lace is for one simple reason, because I don't know. Just relax. I have a nice mug of Ferdok ale. You probably got enough far things on you. I hope so. Anyhow, questions always make me really thirsty. Just forget it. No need to think.
Someone seems to be offended.
Can't I just kill them?
I can't.
Alright, so this was a waste of time. Completely. Alright. The typical, the usual strategy of solving all of your problems at the inn doesn't work in this game.
Blood is difficult to find. Those thieves are as thick as... well, thieves.
There again, and teach those fellas a lesson.
I agree with you, but well. Alright. The idea is to ask around this place. Fishwife Strangler?
Fresh fish. Oh, hello.
Uh,
Welcome again.
there we go. Good day. I was just chatting with Mrs. Lovinger. Her house is just around the corner. She told me that old Ilko often bought some fish for his cat from ya. That's right, every month he used to get some fresh salmon for his little cat Mimi. I'll never understand why someone murdered that poor old man. He never hurt anyone. He didn't deserve that. Excuse me, but do you have any salmon? I'd like to give his little cat a treat. I'm sure she misses poor old Ilko. It's very nice of you. I don't have any goldfish here. Take these leftovers. I'm sure Mimi will enjoy them. I'd like to ask you something else. Do you know Gladys? Yes, I know. Well, you solved all of my problems altogether. Why are you looking for her? A mutual friend of ours was murdered. I wanted to discuss the matter with her. What is happening to this town? Murders and more murders, each more brutal than the next. Oh, I'm sorry. Back to your question. I used to go this morning at the Serene, so... You know, that's where we're coming from. Ah? You're still following us? You want to die?
What do you want?
Are you following me? Me? What are you doing? Just stretching my legs a bit, huh? This is a very realistic behavior. But don't you worry. I may not have my spells, but I can still kill you easily.
What do you want?
Blah blah blah. Come on, we're just going the same way, so what?
What do you want?
I don't think so. Stop following me.
What do you want? What do you want?
Trunkler's fish are cheap and they
This is a pretty good use. Of. Alright.
Look, it's Fulgrim the dwarf. And he's even
There you
seen
are.
this time. How many men did it take to drag you away from the ale cask?
Look at that. Random. There she is, people. At least I'm not some petty pickpocket who has to creep through the sewers all the time. Stop, you can settle your squabbles for some other time. I'm here to clean up the murder of our mutual friend, Ardo. Ah, you must be Razor. He often spoke of you. Goldtooth, everything's alright. You can go back now. Thanks again. Yeah, no problem, Gladys. Anything for you. Say hello to Cano for me. See ya. Can we just... Can we just chop this guy into two? Can't we just chop him in two? Welcome to Ferdok, even though it's a sad occasion for us both. But why do you want to meet me? Why? Well, I want to clear up Ardo's murder, and I thought you might be able to help me. For Ardo? Yes, of course I'll help you. I've done a little research of my own, unfortunately with limited success. There we go. What do you know about the murderers? Can I use enter and... let me see if I can use my keyboard to cycle through these. They say there's been a series of murders in Glenardo, but there's fishy to be. No, I cannot use that. Maybe with one? No, cannot use your keyboard. I don't know for sure, but there's something wrong with this whole thing. It's just a hunch. So, what's your hunch? Tell me. How well did you know Ardo? Ardo looked after me for a long time when I was younger. He taught me much about Midden Realm. Particularly about all the self-important snobs, as he always called the noble classes. You know, of course, that he was cut from very coarse cloth for a nobleman. He told me that then that he found learning to write very difficult and that he really only did it because it was essential for someone of his standing. Huh. But he always said that bathing more than once a moon was nonsense and heresy, my god. But I am probably not telling you anything you don't already know. I've him to thank for my stubbornness and my store of salacious details about various members of nobility. I miss him a lot. Thank you for the... Why don't we search for other murderers together? Alright, let's go. Alright, full party already. Look at that. So, you're... Oh, look at that. This will be entertaining. You're a magician like me. Look at that. You have feint to lower your aggro, I guess. You have that. We have pretty much everything. Have pretty much everything that I would expect from a mage. So you can cast the spells. No, not defensive. Go on the offensive. Offensive. Aggressive, aggressive, aggressive. She doesn't have any weapon. Is that normal? Foil. So she uses a foil. Ferdok up. Playing cards. Interesting. Talisman, leftover salmon. We need to... Don't worry about the cat. Where's the cat? There you are. Here, little Mimi, eat up. Follow the cat. I get this language. Follow the cat. I get this language. Follow the cat. Go, go, go. Follow the cat. All of you, on me. Well, you'll have to eventually follow me. Go, 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 little cat, go. The chest. Locked. No, here? Ilko's brooch. Yeah, there we go. Alrighty then. So, open lock failed. Let's try that again. Ah, there's a cooldown. Shaky hands. Okay. You have to be... So this class is like a hybrid between mage and rogue. Alright, so even this... I cannot try that, right? No, I'm just a battle mage. Let's see. Alright, clearly that's beyond our current capabilities, but no matter. We got the brooch. We've made progress, so let's see. We found Gladys, we found the brooch of Ilko, Eric's murder. Gain meme make a report to Barla. I'm super to found. Alright. We need to report back to Barla. So Gladys is a charlatan who also knows her way around the dark corners of the city very well. That's why Barla was so suspicious of her, but I think she could still play a very important role for me. That's the lady following us. Okay. We need to report back to Barla then. Let's go and report back to Barla. Guys, but first, before we go back and report to Barla... I should...
Oh, it's
Yeah, that's his brooch. But he says that's his brooch. Where did you find it? Mimi took me right to it. She's a clever kitty. Ah yes, little Mimi. She'll probably miss old Ilko the most. I suppose I'd better take care of her from now on. But excuse me, I have a sup of a soup over the fire. I don't want it to scorch. Effects for these matters. All right. So clearly this section is finished. There's no more information we can extract from here. So let's try going to the east gate. All right, we now have a full party. Well, I don't know if 4 members is a full party. Remember that in Baldur's Gate, people, we could have up to 8 in the original one. The 4 party composition is kind of like a modern thing of Divinity Original Sin. Like in Baldur's Gate, we had 8 to 8. The same goes for Dungeon Siege. So yeah, pretty much. According to the price square, there we go. All right. According to the room we have left, I think it will be 6 or something like that. Because there's exactly room for 2 more portraits. Oh well. So far we've already analyzed the early in gameplay combat, pretty much with the dice rolls and everything. Pretty standard Dungeons and Dragons combat. Even Morrowind as a more modern... well, it was released previous to this game, but trying to modernize the classic... the inherited elements from the classic RPG genre. Even Morrowind did internal dice roll checks for accuracy and pairing when you would attack. In that sense, the abstract complexity of the gameplay mechanics is higher than the average isometric action RPG, but it still doesn't get to the complexity of titans of the genre like Baldur's Gate in that sense. For example, Dragon Age Origins feels more like an MMORPG. In that sense, I think you cannot miss attacks. I found something interesting related to Ilko's murder. I found this strange brooch during my investigation. It seems to be the only item of any value that old Ilko possessed. He kept it hidden in a safe place. Pretty much the only way to progress. I can barely believe old Ilko never sold it for money. It must have meant a lot more to him. Some translation errors. A lot more to him, not a lot too more to him. A lot more to him than the ducats he could have got for it. But I don't see any connection between the murder and the brooch. You should keep it for now and investigate the other crime scenes. Maybe we'll find more clues. Yeah. Between that and saying fuck you, there's no difference. Maybe I can help you, City Watchman Ruben. Help me, how? I know someone who wants to meet with you. They have information regarding the murders, but they would be taking a great risk by speaking to you. That is why they specified a secret code you must recite in order for them to be sure of your identity. Any help would be good. Tell me, where can I meet this person and what is the code? Go to the foot of the Temple of Prayers. Someone will be waiting for you there. Say the words at night. The peaks are decked with mist. They will answer with the Ogre Cross. Now hurry. They cannot wait for you forever.
It's on my nerves. Running away is no way to win a battle.
We should be on our guard. This smells like a trap.
Don't you say. Since it smells like a trap, because it can be a trap, let's take slight gangrene. Let's try to cure that from Lana before we engage. Let's see if we can do that. People, just 1 sec. Where's the where's the herb vendor? Alright, but she doesn't have treat poison. But can I use it on her? Can I use it on her? That's the question. Don't think so. Then what's the point of... it was over here, right? Gold moon tea. Two ducats, 2 thalers. That's pretty much all I have. Let's see.
Listen up, everyone.
Alright, but you have to use them individually. Well, let's see if she has that talent. 55! Why did I buy so... right, because I didn't check the stack. Well, no matter. No matter. She cannot use it. She doesn't have trick poisons. So she has to read it as well. Shit. Give me the autosave from before. Alright. They have to be treated. You have to use them individually. Alright. To hell with it. To hell with it. Let's go straight for a good fight. Why is it that I cannot activate my spells in here? Is the question. Alright, so I'm beginning to see a tendency. Astral energy. Astral energy. You?
What can I do for you?
This is the only NPC that wasn't here previously. At night, the piece. Took you for someone else.
Yes.
The Ogre Cross, this one. So, you're our secret informant. We have no time for pleasantries. Who are you and why do you want to help me? I am Archivist Lozaine. Lozaine. First, it is very important that no one knows of our meeting. I fear that the murderers have an accomplice in the town guard. He's obviously making sure that the murder investigations go nowhere. I have a dismal premonition that I too must fear for my life. What do you mean? Count Growin has announced an official reward for the capture of the murderers. How can it be dangerous for you to investigate them? Haven't you noticed that you are the only person in all Ferdok who's really trying to solve these crimes? The murderers are still walking around Ferdok with impunity. Whoever tries to find them could be the next victim. That's why I must be careful. I'm not a member of the town guard. I'm not of noble blood. Yet I enjoy a certain status that may even give a determined murder pause for thought. Ardo of Borstok status didn't protect him, but as you wish. I promise not to tell anyone about our meeting. Thank you, I trust you, but about this murder, what have you discovered so far? I managed to find some clues of old Ilko's murder. Look at this brooch. It belonged to the old man. It must have meant a lot to him because he kept it well hidden. Show it to me. Interesting. I need to make a note of something. You know something. Share knowledge with me. We must be patient. I need to go back to my archive first. That's the only place I'll find reliable information on this item. Investigate the other murders, and when I find something, I'll contact you via Ruben. Take care of yourselves. Not helping people. We're progressing through the story, yeah, but I mean, it doesn't help in terms of finally solving the murder. So I'm not the only one who's keen to solve the murders. Archivist Lozaine, sorry. She's the one to help me, but someone seems to know more than she lets on. I think I trust her for now to find it disturbing, though the most involved with the case seem to have fear for it. Alright, so Eric's murder seems to be solved. Let's proceed with Ardo. Find Forgrim, find Gladys, speak to Guardsman. So, there's only one destination left for us. People to try to solve the murder. The last person involved in this. In the ferret. We need to get to the fleet-footed ferret. Right. It's the last. It's No, it's not completely useless.
I wonder what she's hiding from us.
No worries. Yeah, there's a lot of secrecy, but that is part of solving the crime, I guess. The crimes. So it's over here, right? No, silver pitcher. No, no. Where was the other tavern? The other inn? Because if that's the last place where we have to investigate, then the final answer has to be well. The final answer. The final answer will be Ardo's murder. But so far so good. You have to. Hey, Emmanuel. Hello again. Do you have any tip for the world of RPG? I'm the Drakensang Online guy. How's your game going? Man, are you chilling? Uh, hello again. Do you have any tip for the world of RPG? You mean Drakensang Online? How have you been? The, you mean? But I would really like to understand. But there is so much info in game. I'm also the Drakensang Online guy. You mean this one? For the world of RPG games? For the world, you mean that all of the RPGs that I recommended you, or what, Emmanuel? Like, I thought my information, I don't know, was useless or something to you. I don't know. What are you looking for exactly? How's your game going right now? Are you? Yeah. I progressed through the crimes. I progressed through the crimes of the first city. This is the first city of the game, pretty much. And I made a lot of progress. We're getting to the bottom of the crimes. Pretty typical. It's more slow paced. Are these kind of same or nah? You mean with Drakensang Online? I'm playing Drakensang Online. The game you're playing, it's isometric action RPG. It's like Diablo. It's what people usually call a Diablo clone. This one is much more slow paced. This is a classic RPG like Baldur's Gate. It's like Baldur's Gate. It's they made, but I would like to dig around with more games. Yeah, indeed, the ones that I mentioned, Tuya would be perfect. If you played something like Drakensang, as I've said, I suggest you Baldur's Gate. It's classic RPG. You'll have to control a party. There are dice rolls, and the combat is, yeah, Diablo clone. It's pretty much the ones that I commented to you. I can commend them to you. Again, pretty much Diablo 2, Titan Quest, in this order, in the exact order. Diablo 2, Titan Quest, Torchlight. Like, you can't go wrong with those. Those are more isometric action RPGs. The one that that you see me playing here, I'm just using the category of Drakensang Online because I couldn't find the category for the original game because it's so old. This one is so old that I couldn't find the original category. That's why I said the most. I don't feel the progression in the game. You mean in Diablo? You mean in Diablo? There's so much info. Yes, you told me some minutes ago. As you told me some minutes ago. Yeah. You mean like Diablo Immortal or Drakensang Online? You mean Drakensang Online? Yeah, you mean Drakensang Online. Well, I haven't played that one, but if it's like an isometric action RPG, I would highly suggest you, as I've said, Diablo 2 Resurrected. In the case of that one, I have seen gameplay of it. I haven't played it myself, but I've seen gameplay of it, and it's pretty much a Diablo clone. Uh, Pretty much the base of any RPG. As you know, strength increases your base attack, intelligence generally your magic damage, and if you're a rogue, generally it's dexterity or agility, things like those. But I don't think they. We have another bot, people. It's the third bot of the day. It's the third bot of the day. It's the third bot of the day, people. Let me ban the bot. Today they are unleashed. You cannot see it because of the system of the. I can see why Twitch implemented this system. Is it what to watch some tutorials first and after play the game? Well, you mean Drakensang? Well, I don't watch tutorials. For example, this one I'm playing it blind, pretty much. This one I'm playing it blind and I'm making progress through it. Of course, it's much faster if you watch a tutorial, for example, of Drakensang Online. In that sense, if you want to progress faster, but in my experience, I would say that it has to be pretty self-contained. In the case of classic RPGs like this one, like Baldur's Gate and those, they came with those thick physical guides, kind of like physical books that can help that you need to read. That's why these ones are more complex, the classic RPG genre. But in the case of isometric action RPG, in the case of Diablo clones, pretty much you shouldn't have any problem because there's a direct relationship between the damage you deal and the effects that you see on screen. As I've said, uh, I don't know exclusively about Drakensang Online, but I'm kinda struggling with many things, like to have an item with bigger level or little level with bigger damage. I haven't played exactly that one, but if it's like that, generally there's a comparison. Generally there's a comparison. Like, generally there's a direct comparison. Stuff like that. Like, yeah, the stat system you are referring to. You're referring to the stat system of the game. Yeah. I would say that if you said you play Diablo Immortal, right? I would highly suggest Diablo 2 Resurrected. Like it's the father of all isometric action RPG games. It's the father of all Diablo clones. With that, Drakensang Online, I'm sure all of the concepts will derive from it. Otherwise, I don't know. Would you like me to watch gameplay right now of it and see if we can deduce it? I don't know. It's what I can offer you, perhaps. Of Drakensang Online, you're still struggling with it. Like, generally, this is gonna teach me. You think? Diablo 2? Definitely. Definitely, because it will give you the base. It'll give you the base of the genre. It'll give you the base of the genre in a pretty simplistic way. The game you are playing, since it's online, and I know that I've seen some gameplay of it while streaming here. Since it's online, eating now play a game and no, don't worry, bro. No. Don't worry. If you like, we can watch gameplay and deduce it together. But I don't know. I'm very nice when people don't understand when don't understand the gameplay mechanics or something. But I think Diablo 2 would greatly help you because the game you are playing, it's more like Lost Ark. I don't know if you've seen Lost Ark. It's Korean. All of those games that are kind of like Diablo clones, but with online functionality, like Diablo 3, for example, they incorporate an online element. There's a competitive economy that you are having against all of the players. There's more abstract complexity when compared to Diablo 2. Diablo 2 is kind of like uh, you'll have a closed package. In the case of Diablo Immortal, it'll be like, since it's a mobile game, the one you played, um, since it's a mobile game, since it's a mobile game and not a PC game, it has a way too low abstract complexity. It won't teach you the mechanics of the isometric action RPG genre. And in the case of Drakensang Online, on the contrary, you are kind of like on the extremes of the spectrum. It's an online game that's a competitive economy with players and those things. That's why I would play Diablo 2 first. Titan Quest and all of those. If you really want to play Drakensang Online exclusively, well, you told me that. Well, thanks for refollowing again the channel. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Again, I have no worries. I have, I have had thousands of people follow and unfollow, so don't worry about that. I guess I deeply appreciate it. Uh, Always nice people. But yeah, pretty much I would say that since you are kind of like targeting the highest complexity of the spectrum and the lowest complexity. The lowest complexity with Diablo Immortal because it's a mobile game, pretty much, and it was a pretty convoluted period of time in which Blizzard uh, developed it. And then Drakensang Online is like Lost Ark. It probably has raids and things like that. It's more like it inherits elements from the MMORPG genre. Just so you have a general idea. Was that a bug? What do you mean? That you had to follow again? I don't know. For me, you had yeah, but you unfollowed, didn't you? Didn't you unfollow? It showed to me that you had unfollowed. No worries, anyways. Don't. I'm from the 90s. I don't get offended. I will start with Diablo 2 to learn. Uh, I would say, besides, you will be playing the father of all RPG games. You'll be playing the father of all RPG games. Like, I understand that you play Diablo Immortal, but that one. No. Well, I don't. Well, if you didn't unfollow, what the fuck? You didn't. I honestly thought that either you were another one of those bots. No, you're clearly not a bot. You're answering to me directly. No, no. You you didn't unfollow. No, I didn't. What the fuck? Give me a second. Hang on a second. No. You're definitely not a bot. I can see your user. No. No. Huh? What the fuck? What the? I have control of my account, fortunately. What the? Hang on a second. No. Now it's at least now it's working. I can see you in the followers list. Yeah. Father of RPG, Diablo 2. What the fuck? Yeah, no. Yeah. And Titan Quest. Diablo 2, you have the resurrected version. What happened? You you were automatically unfollowed then if you say you didn't do it. Oh, okay. I don't know. Nice. Now it worked. My god, my god, Twitch is gonna drive me crazy. Well, today I had a bot attack, yeah? At least I had to ban 3 bots today. Yeah, and Titan Quest, as I've said, Titan Quest, definitely, um, they will always be quite, they won't be as simple as Diablo Immortal, because Diablo Immortal is like a modified version of Diablo 3. I don't know if you knew that, if you played that one. It's like a modified version of Diablo 3. Um, you need to play something classic, but that doesn't get to the extreme complexity of Drakensang Online. Like, you are trying, how do I put it? You are trying to play a game that inherited, as I said, MMORPG elements from uh, World of Warcraft, of other games that needs to keep an online. I have another one. I have another one that may help you. Yeah, now it's working. Yeah, now it's definitely working. Yeah, I said. Well, yeah, now it definitely worked at least. Please, Twitch, don't drive me crazy. Nice, you give me hype. Ah, what are these bolts you talk about? Bolts? Baldur's Gate, you mean? No, bolts. What are these bolts you talk about? Um, yeah, basically, just so you have a reference, Path of Exile. Path of Exile. It's another. It's online. Path of Exile is online. It's also complex, but you won't need if it has to be online because you said you were playing Drakensang online. Uh, it's also online, but I could play it without knowing shit about the skill tree system. It's the only problem. But besides the skill tree, it should work. You mean Baldur's Gate? Like Baldur's Gate? You mean? You give me hype. Yeah, it's not the first time I've been told that. Over at Discord, someone also said that they started playing Sacred 2 again after a lot of years after they saw my analysis. Pretty much that's the thing. You mean Baldur's Gate? It's hard. I saw that Path of Exile. Yeah, it's hard, but it won't have the old school mechanics of Drakensang Online at least. It won't have those. Well, at least I'm relieved that you weren't a bot in the end. Today, sorry, I had 3 bot attacks today. 3, one after the other. Yeah, Path of Exile is more complex. That's why I precisely recommend you the father of all RPGs, uh, Diablo. Titan Quest, as I've said, Titan Quest. These are all offline. I don't know if the online component is very important for you. If the online component is very important for you, then Diablo 3 is the same as Diablo Immortal. And if you said that you cannot see the concepts there, that the concepts are complex, what do you think, Diablo 2 or Diablo 2 Resurrected is better? Get Resurrected, unless because the other one will be in 2D and it may have pathfinding problems. Do you know what pathfinding is? Like since it's in 2D, maybe when you click, it's not as smooth as 3D engines like Diablo 2 Resurrected. I would recommend you Resurrected, because it's the classic experience. Like it's the same, but it'll be in 3D. It'll have those nice flashy graphics for you, and you'll get still the original experience that you'll never forget. I know that you played Diablo Immortal. Oh, okay, yeah. You said that you played Diablo Immortal, right? Diablo Immortal, it's Diablo 3 modified for mobiles in a very convoluted period of time. There's an old meme, I don't know if you know about it, that when Diablo Immortal was presented, precisely, it was, man, you have big knowledge about these games. Yes, I analyzed game, not just this genre. I analyzed game genres. That's what I was telling you when maybe you had to leave for your personal obligations or whatever. Don't worry about it. Or even if you had unfollowed, I don't. I have had people unfollow when I start talking about metaphysical analysis, and it's way too dense because I condense a lot of concepts. Precisely, that was what I was mentioning. Um, I analyze games on a metaphysical level, and for that, first I classify them, and by classifying, you more or less can orient yourself how to recommend other people games. Like professional game reviewers generally tell you you'll like this game if you like this one. But no, I'm recommending you Diablo 2 Resurrected, Titan Quest in that order, and Torchlight, those 3 in that order, because they objectively inherit the elements from Diablo 2 and the legacy of the classic RPG genre. The Drakensang Online will inherit those elements, the one that you are trying to play, but it's an amalgamation of the influence that World of Warcraft had on MMORPGs since 2004, because it was the most commercially successful game of all time. At the end of the day, the money is what rules. And you can see that since 2004, that's why Drakensang Online 3, it's online only. You are trying to play games that have an MMORPG influence on them, even if the camera is isometric. That leads to the debate that what's the genre-defining elements of a game? The camera is not genre-defining. Even if Drakensang Online is isometric, since it's online and the purpose of the developers is to create that online community, to create revenue, to get money, the idea is to make it online, to make it like an MMORPG, to inherit a lot of elements from the MMORPG genre, from World of Warcraft, precisely. And, well, thank you, by the way, that you think that I know a lot about games, that I'll leave that to all of my audience to decide. That's not for me to say. But at least I can assure that I spent a lot of time classifying them in the integral history of PC game genres that I also mentioned to you. Precisely, that's what I do. If you, my knowledge, as I said, is at your disposal, and of all of the, as I tell to all of the followers of the channel. At least just as a that's a vendor. So yeah, pretty much. And when you classify game genres, you pretty much know um, how games inherit elements from previous entries. Like at the beginning, I mentioned that this game, that Drakensang 1, felt like a BioWare game because the level design is that of a BioWare game. As I said, see this semi-open world here. It's like a BioWare game, and I know that it seems like I haven't progressed at all, but that's pretty much the idea. This is much more slow-paced. You can see that I'm in the same area, but it has to do with that because these classic RPG games had a concept of I like to see people do what they love and see one R one RNL. Sorry, my screen's way too away. ML. Ah, yeah, definitely. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Definitely. What they love, yeah. I love analyzing games. I love analyzing games, and I love philosophy. So I like Twitch gives me here a unique opportunity to kind of like merge them together. Right now is the RN. Sorry, right. It's right now. It's RN. Yeah, perfect. Sorry, since there was an L there. Yeah, there we go. No worries. Yeah, I'm terrible with abbreviations, but at some point, English is not my native language, but I teach English, so pretty much I don't know how natural and fluent it sounds, but it should be. But yeah, it's not my native language. Well, it would be debatable because I started at 7. But yeah, pretty much. So the huge difference, just so you have another reference that I was mentioning to you when maybe you had to do some other things or play Drakensang online or trying to crack through the game, is that pretty much a huge division. I can give you a brief summary. BioWare pretty much inherited the Dungeons and Dragons tabletop game formula from the real tabletop game. And as a direct consequence of that, let's try to solve the murder there. And as a direct consequence of that, they created the first Baldur's Gate that I was mentioning to you. It's just like Diablo is the father of all isometric action RPGs, which is the real name of Diablo clones, so you already know more than most players. Most players call them Diablo clones, and the technical denomination is isometric action RPG. And you can see that here they involve a lot of social, slow-paced interactions with NPCs and stories and moral choices and those things. That's Baldur's Gate. Just like Diablo is the father of all isometric action RPG games, Baldur's Gate is the father of all classic RPG games. Real time with post-combat, and precisely what I was mentioning, that before David Brevik, the creator of Diablo 1, a lot of people also listen to my streams as a podcast, as bots, and even live as well, because of this. Because it's like a constant analysis while playing their games, as well. So yeah, you can meet them over at Discord, and yeah, pretty much when before David Brevik turned the clock down to 0 that I mentioned previously, combat was turn-based with pause, like this game. The thing is that I'm in a city and there's not a lot of combat, but I did some today. This one is more like Divinity Original Sin. And BioWare created an engine, which is the Aurora engine. My name is Aaron, I'm investigating in the middle of the dragon. Can you tell me what happened? BioWare, I haven't investigation. I'm sorry, but I haven't anything important to tell you. Please, I just want to ask a couple of questions. I won't bother you for long. Was Sandor Kanger often a customer here? Yes, he was here quite a lot. He may be satisfied. See, for example, this one is called a classic RPG game. It's copies Baldur's Gate, not Diablo. This one is a slow-paced with these social interactions with the NPCs. There is combat, and it's real-time with pause. The legendary real-time with pause combat. My favorite genre is the real-time strategy genre. That is now sadly dead. Sadly dead. Poor genre. By my grandfather's drunken bird, Pebblebash. You must have noticed something. You know? See, for example, you don't find this in Diablo. Because it inherited Diablo Immortal, for example, inherited elements from Diablo 3, which inherited elements from World of Warcraft. So it's more like MMORPG with an isometric camera. Like all of this comes from a different style, which is that of BioWare, which is previous to It's previous to Diablo. It's previous to action hack and slash. These games don't have hack and slash influence. Um, and I see one right now. Yeah. Now I mean what you meant. Sorry. I sometimes I get lost in thought with my metaphysical analysis. Yeah, you are right. Yes, I know that all of the gaming history sometimes it's kind of like it feels so stupid because it doesn't change your experience with the game knowing this. But in my case, since I analyze games, pretty much it helps me a lot. It helps me a lot. Like you have those two styles. So just with that distinction between isometric action RPG with Diablo, Titan Quest, Grim Dawn, and knowing that those have action, and if you want something more like this, I play both of them. For example, Sacred 2, I played Sacred 2 previous to this game, and that one was isometric action RPG. There wasn't a lot of dialogue. It was more like action oriented in that sense. Did you play Skyrim? Otherwise, Skyrim, The Elder Scrolls, that one, like that would be not with the isometric camera. It wouldn't have the isometric camera, but the internal gameplay mechanics are the same. For example, Skyrim, the Elder Scrolls series, BioWare games. BioWare games are a huge recommendation. My favorite game of all time is Knights of the Republic, so I made Knights of the Star Wars The Republic is an MMORPG. It's my favorite, but the second one, Knights of the Republic, for example, is a great recommendation. I'm looking for someone who may have heard some Dragon, Killing Tavern, got nothing to say, but any BioWare game would be amazing for you as well because it would have a story. It would have a story that you might also be interested in. That's why I asked you if you played any BioWare game or something like Skyrim. But if you didn't, I recommend you, if you like more story oriented without the degree of complexity of this, of the first Drakensang or I don't know, something like Baldur's Gate. And looking for someone who might have heard something, you won't have these crazy social interactions. They will be a bit more combat oriented, but you'll still have some of these. So there will be a story for you to follow. And I'm sure, for example, Drakensang Online doesn't have a story, and that's not very enticing for a new player of the genre. I bet Drakensang Online, besides a normal MMORPG with fetch quests, doesn't have a story. I haven't played it, but I'm pretty sure of it because of the MMORPG elements. So yeah, pretty much I would suggest you more story-oriented RPGs, modern, so they are not that complex. Oh, we triggered the event.
Wait.
All right. Looks like we are making progress with the crimes here. Yes. I heard you asking about Sandor. Are you investigating his murder? Yes, yeah, maybe gruesome murders. I was left a bit worried about people randomly unfollowing the channel, but I was left a bit worried, but there, fortunately, you returned to tell me. That was a bit weird. My name is Aline. I was his girlfriend. Right here. And as for the rest, pretty much, as I've said, BioWare games. Without not Baldur's Gate because it's extremely complex, but Mass Effect, Knights of the Old Republic. Those I bet you'll fall in love with the genre if you play those as well. They don't have the isometric camera, but you'll love them. Knights. So if you like Star Wars, I know if you like Star Wars, but if you like Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic, begin with Knights of the Old Republic. 2, perhaps, or the first one. It doesn't matter a lot which one of them. Mass Effect, that's for sure. Not to talk me about the murder, but he would think everything in person, but he was turn up again. When I heard that they were asking about Dragon, I had to explain the detachment can deal with things, then I might as well help you. If you ask me for questions, please do. See, for example, this is drawn from BioWare. Like, this is classic BioWare style. You probably don't have this in Drakensang Online or in Diablo. It depends on what you want to play, Emmanuel. It depends on what you want to play. If you want more action-oriented, Diablo 2, which is totally different to Diablo Immortal, which is Diablo 3. Titan Quest, Torchlight, I want to support ya. May I come to your Discord server? Do you have a link in your Twitch account so I come to Discord? It's an honor for me. It would be an honor for me. Yes, there's already 8 members. Just do you have an account? Yeah, sure. You don't need to. You're way too polite asking me for permission to join the Discord. You're all of my followers are that polite, so I can warn you'll fit right in. Click on the Discord. Yeah, I have. Click on the Discord banner, and if your Discord, there's only one rule. Please, I have to ask you to stop the botting that I have been suffering constantly. It's just because of the bots. Ignore my crazy rules there. I know that I may sound extremely formal and a lot of things. Click on the banner, and there you'll get an immediate invitation, and there you'll see everyone. Only one rule, please. What is bolding? What do you mean bolding? What is bolding? What do you mean bolding? Botting with T. I didn't understand, sorry. Botting with T, sorry. I don't have the best microphone. Botting. Like the bots that are attacking me constantly. You cannot see them, but I'm constantly banning them. You cannot see them, but I'm constantly banning them. Botting. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, my pronunciation, I don't know how it sounds, but yeah, pretty much. Botting, TTT. Yeah. Bots. Yeah. We usually call bot. Whoa. Yeah. I've already banned 3 today. Between yesterday that I was playing Singularity, an FPS that I also highly recommend if you like Bioshock. No. The Discord. Just click on the banner, and yeah, Twitch needs to do something about that. But considering that you told me that you followed and then it automatically unfollowed, what are they doing here? They promote free viewers. Like free viewers, bots that count towards the view count. Like I don't know if you know it, but a lot of Twitch streams that you see that have a lot of viewers. Yeah, sorry to burst your bubble. They are probably bots. I probably ruined either your childhood or adulthood. Oh yeah, I understood. Yeah. They offer you pay me, I don't know, $2. And as you can see, I don't do that at all. I couldn't care less. Like someone talking about metaphysical. Yeah, you're right. Click on the banner over at Discord, and there's only one rule to stop the botting. If your name over at Discord, if your username over at Discord is completely different than the one you have here of Emmanuel Nerox 7, just choose a display name that is similar to that one, or either just write a message in general chat telling me I am Emmanuel. Like here on Twitch, here at Twitch, you just write a message to me over at the general channel once you join in, and you tell me, oh, okay, you just tell me that, or change your display name to Emmanuel, so I know. Give me 1 second. No worries. Either of the two options, man. Whichever one. There you'll find a friendly and welcoming community. We are all old school players. We are a bit older than the average of Twitch, and because of that, I can assure you that it's a very polite and amazing community that we have built together. How can I forget? We are all. You all are a great source of inspiration to me, people. Anyone watching this as a YouTube bot and YouTube subscribers as well. So, Forger told me that you found Sandor. So, it was a terrible sight. I was tipping out the tavern's dirty water, and there he was. I need to work on my tea then. Now I have. I love it. I teach British English people, so I cannot afford anyone to misunderstand my pronunciation. That's how did I call it the other day? The my grammar kill ratio. I cannot miss my grammar kill ratio like in Call of Duty. No. We need to have a perfect grammar kill ratio here. I was tipping out the tavern's dirty water, and oh, what the fuck, another bot. Well, I mean, you cannot see it, people, but Twitch right now is being invaded by bots. I'll ban the rest of them once I finish the stream. Dragon, I'll never forget the awful image. My good strong dragon butchered so horridly. There must have been there have been more than one of them, and they must have surprised him. All the barrels had been smashed. My dragon, remember he was her partner, fought for his life. Oh, Sandor, why did he have to tie. Could I ask you a formal question? I came to your Disc account. Did you see it? I'm not logged in, but if you left a message over at the general channel saying I'm Emmanuel, where can I type? Bottom bar, whatever. Right when the general chat where everyone chats. If you're already in there. Okay. Just tell me I am Emmanuel, so I can enter general channel. Yeah, whichever. You can use all of the channels freely. I know that there are some I have crazy rules there, but they're for both please people because I have had people being extremely shy in the past because of all of my crazy rules. And no, they are for the bots. Don't worry. Uh, Informal comments of any kind are perfectly fine. Just please not about drugs or crazy stuff like crazy stuff. If you discover the cure for cancer or any other thing, say it so we can share it with humanity. But normal, sensible rules. But nothing there to have you not talk. Like to chat about anything, ask me anything. No, ask all of us anything. Don't be shy, people. Don't be shy at all. So, did Sandor have enemies or problems? No, he was really popular, even though he hung. Look at that. This is the weirdest. I must say, this is the weirdest night over at Twitch I've ever had, Emmanuel. With the auto, you said well, I believe it was an auto unfollow. That was the weirdest thing that has ever happened to me. But well. Fortunately, it's good to verify that you weren't a bot. I originally thought that. Sorry, man. But well, please understand, I'm a bit obsessed with the topic. I have already been botted several times. I typed it to the general Great Hall of Analysis. Perfect, and of course, thank you from the bottom of my heart for discovering my metaphysical reviews. You'll see that I did right or no? Yeah, of course you did magnificently. Perfect. Yeah. As long as it's just to identify people, so I know that I'm not talking to robots, to the bots, precisely. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. It's it's a, it's a. No, I'm not. Hey, no. Don't worry. No, your responses are not from a bot, and I have already seen your user. But since I had seen the user and you had followed, and then it automatically unfollowed or some shit like that, I thought, well, because that's the typical behavior of bots. That's why. No, I'm not. Well, all right. No worries. Yeah. I've already seen you because I joined the Discord. No problem. This is the weirdest way I've ever met all of my Twitch viewers. But no worries. And ask me anything about any genre or any question in general. I have no problems talking about myself as well or anything here. Pretty much, I am from Argentina. I don't know. It's a very remote country by the end of the world, close to the Antarctic Ocean. We are far away from everything. We're basically Italians who speak Spanish. Like Canada with the French and the British. This is like Italians and Spaniards. Pretty much. No. And there are people all over the world in my Discord. From the United States, from Europe, from all kinds of places. Armenia, Keiichi, always a shout out to you, man. Scarlet Dragoon, of course. Crowbar, all of you. Moigat was from Spain. Some people said that he bore the name Dragon because he swept across the Iman field like a dangerous beast, but I think it has something to do with the talisman around his neck. And as for the rest, no, I'm going to chill and watch you play and having fun. Nah, I am from Greece, though. Oh, from the birth of Western civilization. The birth of Western civilization. The lands of Aristotle. You must be extremely proud of yourself. The birth of Western civilization with Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. My school of thought, scholasticism, derives from Aristotle. What a legendary history. We've had. You gave the spirit that the Roman Empire needed to civilize Europe and my beloved Italy. Definitely, definitely. The birth of Western civilization. Well, then, if you've read about the philosophy of your amazing country, you must know that Aristotle was the best. Well, that's just a personal bias. Aristotle is the best for me. The best, the greatest philosopher ever, ever. Precisely, precisely. I bet that in Greece you must be fed up of listening about all of these figures that I'm mentioning. He was one of the best loved man players, of course. Him to a project game. He once even had an audience with count growing after winning the final in the last championship. He often raved about that evening. Every episode to "Oh my darling dragon." He was. It's absolutely amazing because I always mention the doxa, the how we used to separate the world of ideas and the physical world precisely in ancient Greece with Aristotle when Aristotle was around and Plato. You're an intelligent. You have spherical knowledge. No, I can tell you the reason why I know about all these things. It'll be pretty long. Good job for you. No, it's that I attended a Roman Catholic university, and as I've said, in Argentina is basically a portion of Italy, and well, a portion of Italy. We're independent. We got independent from the Spaniards, and but we're basically after World War II there was a massive Italian migration, and that's why we are Italian. So there's a lot of Roman Catholic schools, and Roman Catholic schools follow the old Italian tradition of teaching universal history instead of the history of our own countries alone. Well, I also know Argentine history, but first and foremost, I know European history, pretty much. And I'm a lawyer, but inside of the lawyer career, I had to at least, since it's Roman Catholic, I had at least 10 subjects about metaphysical philosophy. That's mine. It's philosophy directed to explain reality. It's directed to explain reality, pretty much. And Aristotle was its number one. He was the greatest thing that happened to humanity, probably because all of the things that you see written down here, they are all from your compatriot, even if he's no longer among us, Aristotle. Pretty much. Well, we found the talisman at the scene, beneath his home, in Manfield. When I found the talisman, you can keep it. Maybe it's matter how we share frequency. Please do. I think that was it. We cannot get any more information from this. So yeah. Good job for you. No, it's absolutely fascinating because well, I don't know if people are interested in hearing this, but whenever I have the chance, I do it. Basically, Plato made you must be fed up of listening of this one, but Plato made the difference between the physical world and the world of ideas, pretty much, when trying to explain reality, pretty much, people. I always wonder how YouTube viewers react to this when it's recorded as a YouTube pod. And basically, he made that distinction. Do you stream every day? Twice a week, and twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I use the US time zone because Argentina is pretty much at the same. We're just 1 hour ahead of the US. So for European viewers, it's generally a problem. But apparently my analyses are interesting because most of my viewers are indeed European, like you. So yes, I stream Tuesdays and Thursdays at let's use the universal time zone. It's -0 UTC 3. Like it's 5 p.m. for me. But you have the schedule localized to your local time with the little app that you see in my panels, right below here, the one to the left of your screen. That one will be localized to your time zone. It will tell you how much time is left until I start streaming. Pretty much, I stream twice a week. If the channel eventually grows, I will gradually increase it. If the channel eventually grows, I'll gradually increase it to 3 times a week and 4 times a week. But according to the underrated games, due to the underrated games that I showcase, I don't think that's ever possible. So I am pessimistic by default. But no, my analyses are watched a lot over at YouTube. I have analysis with more than, not the analysis, the whole gameplay with close to 1,000 views, others with 500 views in some chapters. So yeah. I streamed twice. Today is a special day, so you won't see me streaming on Wednesdays. It's because I had a cold last week. And I'm kind of like compensating my audience, even if they are not here right now, that you can see them. They lurk a lot. Lurk is being in chat without talking, or even I'm going to watch your streams and follow you on your YouTube. Also, no, well, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You'll see that I talk about a lot of concepts from Aristotle, so in that sense, you will have a lot of Greek philosophy. Sorry, but also from Thomas Aquinas. If I know that one, not a lot of people know about him. Thomas Aquinas was pretty much the medieval equivalent of Aristotle. He was kind of like the Italian Dominican friar he was close to Rome, that after the fall of the Roman Empire, he got all from Aristotle. So love your country around you because it was the birth of Western civilization. That then we Italians inherited, and definitely I talk about things like defining metaphysical reality, because this is the thing. You cannot analyze the game properly if you don't understand, if you cannot define reality itself. That's the thing. Like pretty much, you cannot define what's inside of a box if you cannot see what's inside of a box. Pretty much, people. So no, they are just betting here, but I cannot solve the crime right here. So pretty much, you'll see that I talk about things like metaphysical reality and objective conclusions. Something pretty weird, because nowadays I know that reality is defined as the sum of our mental perceptions of our doxas, of our opinions, and pretty much Aristotle and Thomas Aquinas fought against that through their realistic philosophy. And pretty much they said that it's like this. I always mention this example. If I asked someone on the street, what's this? This is a gaming mouse. Probably most would answer me. But if I ask the same person on the street, anyone, why is it a gaming mouse? Why? Most people would reply to me with a lot of logic, and it's perfectly fine. They would reply to me, well, it's a gaming mouse because we have all agreed to call it a gaming mouse. Right? What you are doing there is, it's kind of like doing the sum of the doxas. The sum of our mental perceptions is defining reality. It is a gaming mouse because we have all agreed to call it like that. And if you pay attention to that, people, I've explained this 1,000 times. Be ready to Emmanuel, sorry. The Discord members have heard this probably 1,000 times already. And when I do that, I'm not providing you with a logic as to why I am calling this a gaming mouse. And with gaming reviews, it's the same. If I tell you like Diablo 2, as I was mentioning some seconds ago, you like Diablo 2 because you liked Diablo Immortal, because they belong to the same genre. I'm not giving you a logical reason as to why you like it. Instead of telling you, well, what I told you previously, that it inherited some elements from the MMORPG genre, and since Diablo 2 is the father of all RPG games, you will see the connection between those, and the abstract complexity of the gameplay mechanics is pretty much the same, and those things, like the influence of the level design on the gameplay mechanics, for example, is pretty similar. I'm giving you logical reasons. I'm not just telling you that Precisely, it's a gaming mouse because we have all agreed to call it like that. Precisely, Aristotle and Thomas Aquinas, they, fortunately, at least, so there's a few of us on Earth that can remain sane, at least. They say that this is a gaming mouse because it's a specific combination of molecules and particles that simply isn't a chair or a table. But not because I think of it like that. See how, and that's what I apply to game reviews, pretty much. Just like this is a gaming mouse because it's a specific combination of molecules and particles, and not because of my mental perception of this, of our sum of mental perceptions. The same goes with games. As I've said, what's the point of like modern gaming reviewers do? Hang on a second, I think I found a connection between the murder of the victims, take a cool look at old little brooch, and the Sandor Taliban. Look at the material they made of. Do you see the similarity? Yeah. Yes, I do. They both seem to be made of the same material, but what does this have to do with the murders? Why would anyone kill them both because of some jewelry which they then leave behind? It has to be something else. You're right. It's all just clues so far. I'll have to keep closing. Anyways, alright.
So you found additional clues, right?
Remember, this is our contact with the archivist. So you found additional clues, right? That's right, I've been investigating both cases, but I'm still in the dark. Lois Zane tells me she urgently needs to meet you. Go to the Temple of Hesind. She's waiting for you there. By the way, when I say all of these things, people, please, I always mention this when I talk about philosophy. Please, people, don't think that I say all of these things out of arrogance or being pedantic or anything at all. Please don't think that I do it to find metaphysical reality. It's the only purpose of me combining philosophy with games, for the metaphysical analysis. Please never think that it's because of that. It's to help the most as I can. Nice talk, bro. I will watch your Diablo 2 analysis. Do you have something like that on YouTube? No, I didn't analyze Diablo 2, but I can recommend you the first stream of because I analyze underrated games. Please understand that if I would, Diablo 2 has been analyzed to death. Like it's a pretty famous game, and I analyze underrated games because I also recommend underrated games that even experienced players don't ever heard of. For example, that's my specialty here. So, okay. I highly recommend you. Though I will recommend you the first stream of Hellgate London that I did, not London 2038, not the modded version, the original one. You can find it on the channel. It has a lot of views. The first one, because there, before I start playing Hellgate London, which is another game, you don't need to care about that one if you don't like it. Though it was developed by the same team as Diablo. That's why I read that article. You ignore the gameplay in that case if you don't like the game, which I would still highly recommend it. But at the very beginning, I do an analysis of David Brevik, of the night in which David Brevik, as I was mentioning to you before you were watching the stream, when you were watching the stream previously, that David Brevik turned the clock down to 0. The reason why we have real-time games with real-time action, any of them, it's because of that fateful night in which David Brevik, one of the main core developers of Blizzard North before they were acquired by Activision back in 2008 and then by Microsoft recently, he experimented with turning the clock down to 0, and he finished with what this game that you see here does, that was created by Baldur's Gate, which was the real time with post combat. I love exploring gaming history as well, because just like real history, as you could see, is important for philosophy and also things. Gaming history is important to reach the metaphysical reality behind the specific combination of particles that a game is, at the end of the day, all elements in reality, all entities of metaphysical reality are nothing but a specific combination of particles, right? That was precisely defined by Aristotle, and then Thomas Aquinas uh, inherited all of that knowledge. And precisely, if we apply all of that to philosophers and mathematicians, indeed, 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 indeed. I am a math guy studying statistics here. Oh, that's a that's an amazing combination. Well, that's amazing because with math you have. I actually developed software. I was originally a lawyer. Now I develop software. Pretty much because it gives me more money here. It's because of money. I studied law and everything, but I wanted more money, so I went for. And I love your philosophy side. Well, I don't know in Greece if the Age of Enlightenment, which, well, people, I love talking about this topic. We already talked about this with another viewer of the channel, with a Polish viewer of the channel that we had here previously. So I can talk about philosophy with here once again with you. It's called metaphysical realism. It's metaphysical philosophy, as I said, philosophy oriented to explain reality that is the opposite of the Prussian school of thought. Like after Aristotle and after Thomas Aquinas, the Prussian Empire emerged, the Roman Empire, sadly for humanity, in my opinion, uh, collapsed, the Western Roman Empire, and what would now be Germany, Switzerland, the zone of Austria and Poland as well. Like those turned into something called the Prussian Empire, and because of that, they entered into something called the Age of Enlightenment, where the Italian philosophy and the Greek philosophy were kind of like left behind. I think of course, it's a biased opinion. It's one of the biggest mistakes of humanity, but there was no way to prevent it. The Age of Enlightenment pretty much established what you see, the opposite force of what I used to analyze the games. There we go. We can go back to the Archivist. Let's go. It's pretty much the opposite, people. It's pretty much the opposite. In which Immanuel Kant, there was a zone. It originated, in case you're interested, geographically in the zone that is now a Russian territory. I don't know if you know it. It's called Kaliningrad. The original name before the Soviet conquest in World War II. They offered it to give it back, but Germany didn't take it. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was like that. Kaliningrad. The real name is Koenigsberg. It's a small dot between the northeastern part of Poland and Belarus, and that's where the original divine origin of the Prussian Empire was. And there was a philosopher called Immanuel Kant who created or started the Age of Enlightenment alongside Nietzsche, alongside Karl Marx was in there too. Not my cup of tea, but still. And that's where it was a turning point of it was a big turning point for humanity, and people generally don't know it. Reality was defined by Immanuel Kant and it spread rapidly. Reality was defined as the sum of our mental perceptions. Like, it created the idea that my opinion can shape metaphysical reality because there wasn't a distinction anymore between them. Like, you can see that I'm always mentioning metaphysical reality, the objective molecules and particles, and all of those things. Well, those things don't exist nowadays because of relativism. Relativism basically abandoned the original work of Aristotle, there in Greece precisely, and then the Roman inherited work of Thomas Aquinas that was kind of like the continuation of the Roman Empire. So now mental perception and metaphysical reality were one and the same due to that. And hey, the objective is there, but she's kind of like in some kind of alley around the church. And because of that, now we see things like what I described before. That if you ask someone on the street, why do you call a gaming mouse and not chair? There won't be a logical reason behind it. Like, why would there be one if my mental perception defines it? See how it all made sense in the end, people. Long-standing viewers of the channel must be fed up of listening to me tell this story, but it's quite important.
I found out some information.
I mean, look at the talisman of the dragon. This is our contact, right? With the guardsmen. I found in near death it's imperial material from Ilko's brooch. This material can be a coincidence. Both species. The good thing that you mentioned that you were studying statistics and math. The good thing is that with math you can. That opens up for a lot of other sciences. Like, it would be easy for you to learn engineering, programming. Like, I was terrible at maths, but I was always good at logic, and I developed user interfaces. But for example, backend development, which is more oriented at even more logic, for example, that one would help, could easily be another option. That's a good thing. In that sense, law school taught me a lot of things, and I love the philosophical aspect of it. Yeah, I do programming also. Well, that's the case. Then I'm a front-end developer. I do UI UX right now. Yeah. But I'm kind of like Python. Oh well, Python is more back-end, probably artificial intelligence or something like that. Then SQL. No, I'm still a noob in that sense. See, you have the advantage there. No, I do UI UX like front-end. I do UI UX front-end. It's still better than what law school than what it offered to me economically. And in that sense, I'm very comfortable with UI. I did some Python, because it's similar to JavaScript. I do JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. Like I made the transition just in time, fortunately, to programming, and it definitely, it's better than. It gives me more money than law. But I still love philosophy. Both pieces of jewelry were made of the same material. A dragon scale. Dragon scale, are you certain? Yes, I have no doubt. My investigations were right. Ferdok is home to 3 descendants of dragon slayers. According to the city records, they each... So it's probably back-end development. Python is kind of like... Not necessarily artificial intelligence, but automizing processes. The back-end. The logic, for those of you who aren't programmers, people watching this on YouTube, but I don't want to exclude anyone. It's like the logic. He kind of like potentially probably makes the logic, and I make kind of like the user interface with CSS, connecting the document object model of the website. I do all of the front part of it. My investigation were right. I was never good at maths. I was good at logic, kind of like equations, like, and it helped me with programming, but not maths precisely. Equations were amazing though. My investigation where Ferdok is home to the 3 descendants of the Dragon Slayer. But anyways, the thing with programming is that you learn, you have to practice. Even if you learn all of the theory in the world, it's not like law, I discovered, or English, but for that matter, like you learn practicing. Though in English, you also exercises are also amazing. I teach British English as well. I do those two things. When I'm not teaching British English, I am programming user interfaces. And I have more than enough with my life. See why I cannot stream every day, etc. I use languages to create models to predict, etc. If you have heard about linear models or random forest models, machine learning models, etc. Yeah, the machine learning. No, it's not my area, but I know what it is. Like to yeah. Predictions through the automation, the automizing all of processes. Yeah. Pretty much when you said Python, I imagined it was like that. Well, JavaScript is not that different from Python, from Python, in that sense. They are used for different things, but inside not the engine, the how they work generally, it's more or less the same rules. It's not a low-level programming language like C++ or something like that. In that sense, JavaScript and and Python, well, Python is a bit more mechanical in that sense, but they're used for those. But yeah. Man, I love that you speak for many. I also talk about history a lot. Yeah. Before, yeah, I'm only 28, but my 28 years have been spent reading books over at law school and also programming them 5 years ago. So I've seen it all. Besides Argentina, I don't know if you know it. It's kind of like it's in America, but in South America, not North America. But since we kind of like inherit from, we are a former Spanish colony, but we're half of us are Italian, 60%. I kind of like can see all cyber, then not see, like we absorbed. Nice man, you must be proud about yourself. No. I'm I'm extremely humble in that sense. We started talking about games, then philosophy, and now programming. Ah, sorry, I missed your message. No. I'm nothing but a grain of salt in the vast desert of the cosmos. We all are, believe it or not. Nothing but a grain of salt in the vast desert of the cosmos. Nothing. Just look at a map of the universe and you'll see how insignificant anything that I can tell you probably is. To be honest. Both Kangar and Ailcon were medicine for dragons and both murder. Investigation. See, this is the negative part. Sometimes I get lost in thought and I forgot to proceed with the gameplay. Only 3 descendants. What about Ferdok Borsuk? He was murdered. I don't know, but he's definitely not one of the descendants. I'm sure. It's just that I love talking with my viewers, as much as I love gaming and analyzing games here. I know, but he's definitely not one of the descendants. I'm sure of. But I believe this Jessica is in grave danger and the murderer could strike at any time. Please protect her. I will return to the townhouse and take another look through the Borsuk family annals. I overlooked something before. No. We are, as I've said, I love that analogy. A grain of salt in the vast extension of the desert. For example, did you know, people, that the Earth is at the very right spot? It's at the very right spot in which you can see a huge portion of the universe. Did you know that it's not a coincidence that we learned all that we know about the universe and thermodynamics and physics and what's outside of our planet as a whole. For True, all the people, we are like dots. Universe is huge and we are so small in front of this. Yes, it's a fascinating mystery. I bet you must share that interest for it, because we are at I didn't know this up until recently, that we are at the right spot. The Earth is at the right spot because we are in the third arm of Perseus of our spiral galaxy. Have you watched Oppenheimer the movie? No, I don't watch a lot of. I watch this probably will be an irony. I with Cillian Murphy. The one about the atomic bomb, I think it is. No, I don't. I generally don't watch modern media. This will probably be a contradiction, but I like. I mostly watch either news, philosophy, and series from the 90s and the early 2000s, like cartoons. You'll kill me for that. People will kill me for that. All of that philosophy, all of that thing. Yeah, the atomic bomb. You're right. Okay. But no, I didn't watch it. And watch it. I generally don't like modern movies. Modern movies or series is very difficult for me. Um, I generally watch cartoons. Sorry if that was a disappointment. A disappointment, Samuel. If I'm not watching the news, I watch the news a lot, and generally videos about walking tours on about countries of Europe. I like watching the street, like the reality of walking, for example, on the street of any other country. Documentaries about history, and of course philosophy. Well, everything. But as for the rest is cartoons from the 90s and the early 2000s. A lot of people I think a lot of people underestimate them. A lot of people underestimate them because they reflect a level of mental sanity. Cartoons, nice, I feel you. Yeah, they reflect a level of mental sanity that sadly people will have our mental perception of it that I sadly don't find nowadays in modern series. Uh like well, no, well, I don't want, I won't talk about. I could talk about many other topics, but believe it or not, most of the YouTube audience. No, no, cartoons are huge. I like them too. No, no, no. I wouldn't. Generally, I know that people underestimate those, and that that they don't provide any intellectual, in that sense, um, meaning. Hey, I think we'll. Hey, I've enjoyed myself so much that it's been 5 hours. It's been 5 hours. Oh, it's almost 11 p.m. where I am. It's almost 11 p.m. Wow. See how much I love it. See how much I like. Well, for you in Greece, it must be quite late as well. Europe in general. For example, I love Samurai Jack. Samurai Jack. I love it. And recently, there was Unicorn Warriors Eternal, also by the same creator. And for example, that one I can tolerate it. But pretty much I think that they reflect. I like cartoons so much because they reflect the 90s and the early 2000s, and even before there was an artistic talent for them that I don't find nowadays. Yeah, for example, the sense of justice in Batman the animated series. 449 here crying. Yeah, I imagine so. I imagine so. But well, hopefully my chat was enjoyable. Glad to see that I wasn't talking to a bot previously and that you didn't unfollow because you were a bot. So deep thanks from the bottom of my heart. Thanks for discovering my metaphysical reviews. As I've said, I then defined then and a special thanks because I know that staying up uh, that late because it was enjoyable or because I provided any kind of enjoyment, for me it's an honor. For me it's an honor. And as I've said, I talk about all of these topics because I also treat, well, you must have read it in the panels. I love talking about geopolitics and history and all of those things because most streams over at Twitch and YouTube as well, I found them way too shallow. I bet you'll get me. They are way too shallow. Streamer, you don't generally stumble upon when I was watching streamers. You generally don't stumble upon streamers that entertain you with while playing the game. Well, in my case, I analyze the gameplay mechanics, but it's the same as playing in that sense because I also play them to analyze them while playing the game. That also treat deeper topics than I don't know eating eating a taco over at Taco Bell or eating a burger over at McDonald's. Like uh, the, it's like it was way too shallow for me, and that's why I handle the stream like this. So sorry if I made you stay up late so much, but hope it was enjoy. See, I love your stream. I will watch you from now on. Thanks from the bottom of my heart. Deeply, deeply appreciate. We can talk about more history and more about game analysis later. I can show you some other games. We can do a demonstration with some other games. While I didn't analyze Diablo, I can show you my characters and everything, and I also play offline whenever I have time, and I can show you how it is, and no worries about it. No worries about it. And if it's Drakensang Online, if you are fixated on Drakensang Online, show me a gameplay and I can analyze it. No worries. I know it sounded crazy before, but no worries. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And people, as for the rest, remember our schedule. I generally stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but because of my cold, we will stream tomorrow Singularity. We'll continue with part 3 of Singularity. And before I go, once again, thanks to the 50th subscriber over at YouTube, your subscription was anonymous. Thanks to, let me display your messages. Thanks to you, Daryl, for being the 51st subscriber over at YouTube. Hope you enjoy this fresh bot from here in the future. Thanks to you, John Lane. And thanks to you, Shin. Hope you all enjoy these as fresh bots in the future. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to the 4 of you. In the case of the 50th subscriber, your subscription was anonymous, so I don't have your username. But still, thanks from the bottom of my heart. Thanks to Daryl for being the 51st, John for being the 52nd, and Shin for being the 53rd. Shin, if you're from Japan, you are my second subscriber over at YouTube from Japan, from the 60 laps endurance scud race. I know they are a bit famous by now. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And thanks to Katie and Rick for following the Twitch channel. Thanks, Rick, for following the channel today. And thanks. What is my number? You are 32nd over at Twitch if no one unsubscribes. You are 32nd over at Twitch, and over at YouTube you would be 54 if you subscribe. Yeah, we are at 53 and 32 and 32 of sub. Nice. Or follower of follower. I still don't have subs for Twitch, huh? There's a difference. Sub is when you pay money to the streamer like it's a Netflix service, as if this was a Netflix channel. But for that you need to get to 50 followers. I am still sub 50. I still don't have subscriptions even authorized, enabled, activated at all. It's just a follower. Over at YouTube, you would be 54. For now, the ones that I read are the last ones over at YouTube. Over at YouTube, yes, they are subscribers, but they are not paid. Like they're just subscriber. It's called subscribe. It's confusing. Subscription over at YouTube doesn't. It's not about money, but it is money over at Twitch, and pretty much subscription. Here at Twitch, the equivalent would be the follower. Okay, see, I love your, I love your companion. Thanks for what? Thank you for the bottom of my heart. I don't want to waste your time anymore. So thanks, Emmanuel. Thanks to everyone. From the bottom of my heart. See you all next time. I think I covered everyone. I think I saluted everyone. Have a great day for the rest of the day, people. Have a great day, and see you all tomorrow. We'll continue with Singularity. As always, as I always say before. Let me say goodbye to the rest. Thanks, of course, always especially to Discord members and Twitch followers from the bottom of my heart. Thanks to anyone who might have taken the time to watch, to YouTube subscribers especially, and thanks to anyone who might have taken the time to watch this as a Twitch VOD or a YouTube VOD in the future. Hope it was enjoyable. I know that we didn't progress a lot. Well, we did progress, but it was the game. We didn't have a lot of combat. Have a great day, and see you all tomorrow. We'll continue with Singularity. It's already too late for me as well. Scramble! Let's all run! Let's all run. It's also